Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 348th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, October 1st, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And of course, we're joined with Mr. Mayran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will lay out the latest news and teachings of the Keshe Foundation. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good day to you, good morning, good afternoon, whenever and wherever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers. We welcome you back to another session of Knowledge Seekers, and we try to open and expand the knowledge. As we said, in the coming time, we will change the process and we teach more. As we thought in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race this Tuesday, and in the Iranian teaching and in the Brazilian teaching in the past few days, the teaching has started extensively. As we break through new technologies every session, we are not limiting the teaching to Thursday mornings anymore because there is so much to teach and at the same time so much to enlighten. As we said in the teaching on Tuesday and on Friday and partially in other teachings, we are aiming to reach a space level universal technology in a rapid way. What this means, we could have extended these teachings over years and months, as we did over nearly 10 years with what we called the Ganses and the rest. Now, in next 6-7 months, we make a fast track. A lot of you might get disappointed, a lot of you might catch up, a lot of you is what you've been waiting for. But overall, we have opened a very fast track into the knowledge of the universe. As we said on Tuesday, we start developing the non-tangible, what we call three-dimensional reactors as computers of the space development. What this means, the technology of today's computer has become obsolete. What this means, you can carry the knowledge and information, the same as the brain of the man, in a palm of your hand, in a reactor, in a system which carries all dimensions of thinking, emotion, and at the same time, for the first time, our computers will carry our emotion with them. They know how we recorded the sound. They know why we recorded the sound. We know with them how we felt when we recorded it, because they transferred that emotion to the person who receives it. It's not just, I love you. It's with all the emotion of it. It's not just, I cry because I lost something. I feel the loss. This is a breakaway. This is what we never had. And in the coming weeks, in conjunction with the IT section of the Keshe Foundation and our experts, we will develop and deliver these technologies within coming weeks. We have speeded up. As we said, we have requested from the exhibition center an extension to the premises we have for the January to deliver the first flying machine to be shown in public. At the same time, new technologies, the energy power, the systems will be delivered. Those of you who've been waiting for some time will get it at the price which you paid for it. The new price for the new generators is 10,000 euro once we advertise and we release. This is not 2 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, is 2 per demand, up to 10 kilowatt. And then we build it up. So what we see, the delivery of the new computers, system control, and the understanding of the new technology in creating new dimensions for buildings. What we deliver is, at the moment we are used to bricks and mortar, we are used to concrete for centuries. We deliver a technology which we can build houses using what we call plasma reactors. We do this in the construction of what you call UFOs, but now we deliver it. You can move your wall with a flick of a finger. You can change the wall with the emotion of your thoughts. I like the color to be red, and I change it to the color I never had. I want the orange in the strips. These are the new technologies which we prepare mankind to be ready to take into space. Because when you land on moon, we are not bringing you concretes and aluminiums from Earth. We are not producing you aluminiums and concrete from the enhancement unit. We give you a system. You build your dream house using the new technology. Don't forget, the basis for this was shown in a very soft way in Caribbeans, creating a dome. Now we show you how to build that dome, how to build your constructions. In the space, there is no room for factories to build concrete. We cannot take waters and everything else. We have to learn how mountains are built. We have to learn how we build the valleys and the oceans, and we can replicate it. We can create the dome, and with it, build a future for mankind in the depth of the space. As I said, the evolution in science will come so rapid that will touch every man on this planet within the next few months. We are committed to peace, and peace comes with technology and delivery of the technology. I'm committed to peace. I'm with it. I deliver the tools of it with my knowledge and what I have to be able to change the course of mankind. And in one word or another, you've seen nothing yet. We'll come to the point where we see and we can transport as much as we like in the dimension of the soul of the man or in the dimension of physicality. We can develop knowledge, and technologies will bring the conditions that bring fair and justice across this planet. Be it on food, be it on energy, be it on delivering a new leadership. We are here to change. We change from a small nation of Iran. We bring new understanding into Iran, and we use the Iran political system to create a new condition for world peace. As I said to the Iranian teaching on Monday, very clearly, science and religion in Iran will go hand in hand. We don't challenge the government. We give a hand to the government to bring a just and correct scientific-based technology that from Iran we spread out. I have accepted this position and I lead with it directly into the heart of Iran. New space technology, new development. We'll transfer this technology directly into the United States through Arizona section. We transfer the technology through China, through our headquarters in Kunshan, and we deliver more to the Russians. We make sure through Iran, we take leadership not only in space, but in a space with peace. We create a condition, as I've given commitment, knowledge, with fairness, with correct conduct, will become part of the work of the Keshe Foundation. We're delivering a new technology so rapidly, we take the lead and the leadership to deliver peace and nothing else. We don't take any hostages. We free man from the hostage taking of his own physicality and soul, and governments and nations will become equal. We become as part of delivering the technology. We will not hide it. We deliberately, clearly deliver it to every single knowledge seeker to be able to do. In the coming days, and especially next Thursday, we have an announcement with the acceptance of the head of the Keshe Foundation that will bring a new way that more people can use the enhancement units. Will bring a condition and a new way that we give to the poor, those who cannot pay, to be able to reach to use the enhancement units freely. This is part of what we take. We take on road in the next few days from nation to nation to deliver this first phase, which means the rich, those who can afford, will pay to use the enhancement units for their health, for their well-being, for whatever reason they need it. And those who don't have will receive it absolutely freely. This was our promise, with the instruction of the head of the Keshe Foundation, becomes and has taken shape to be part of it. This is what we agreed and we deliver. In that sequence, we deliver new ways of systems and machines, that in every land, in every city, there'll be a machine as long as there is a doctor. We'll explain the whole position next Thursday as the structure around it will be delivered. So what we come and where we go is a new way, a new understanding. As I said, on Thursday teaching, on Tuesday teaching, the center where we are, we have extended to 1 year, and what we call, they have accepted it, an extension of 3 months quarterly. And in January, we have booked the hall to show you the first flying system. In a way, we do our best to be ready by that time. And as you know, with Keshe Foundation, it can be a few days or a few weeks back and forth. But every step will be taken to deliver this technology to you. Don't forget, on the 26th of November 2011, was supposed to be shown in Eindhoven. And by the interference of those who shared with us, they blocked us. At the time, we thought this was coincidence, but coincidences became too many coincidences. We had a spy in the bed, and we've seen how much damage we took. But now we understand the technology belongs to all of us. We see, we understand the technology is part of us. We see and we understand the technology of the Keshe Foundation belongs to every single one of us. What I've done today to start a new session, we allowed today no one in the auditorium. You're in the exhibition center. We made today for you to ask questions. We take you and show you if you want to see, but we don't show the inside of the systems. We can take you across the exhibition center. We can take you across every possible way to answer as many questions as we start teaching the development of the new systems for computers, the development of new systems for flight, the development of new systems for construction and building and life and environment. In so many ways, mankind has two choices. We spend more time to clean up the mess we made over centuries, or we run two parallel ways. We clean up while we're developing new life without any damage to the planet, or any waste. And in time, the two will catch up. We have to understand, as I said before, it's taken us hundreds of years to change this planet with what we've done. And we have created a lot of mutations. We have created a lot of changes. And these changes have been accepted by our own DNA. If we carry the rapid changes that mankind will look for, we create more damages on the reversal. So what I suggested is very simple. We bring out the new technology, we build our homes, we create conditions with a new technology, with the magnetic fields. We create the conditions to live a clean life with the new technology. And at the same time, slowly we clean up the mess we have created over centuries. Cleaning up the rivers, the oceans, the air, and everything else has to be done on a gradual, smaller steps, while we create a condition that we do not create any more damage. And so for this reason, we need to understand the operation of the Keshe Foundation. We take lead in leading the world into one direction: peace, prosperity, and at the same time to be empowered to dictate our own future, not only on this planet, but beyond the space. One of the cornerstones of this evolution will be the new computers, to be the new, what I call, ball of life that you carry with you, and is everything you want and everything you could imagine, that it'll speed you. It becomes connected to your soul, to your emotion, and to your physicality. And then from there, we build the next steps. In a very simple way, as I explained in the knowledge seekers before, what we see is very simple. We see changes that the new computers have to bring a new balance, a new way of thinking. And in so many ways, in doing so, we need to understand the future of mankind in the space. In so many ways, what you see with a KF sign will be what you'll be carrying in your pocket. And every line you see through the field magnetic directions and dimensions will connect to something which is connected to you or something you want to connect it to. In a way, your emotion will fit in the memory bank of the universe. You can tap into. It's not anymore whose server the server sits to become the universe. In a way, the position we have taken as human race will change. The knowledge of the universe on the top of emotion becomes the knowledge of man. We don't need to explore. Those who have explored the universe share their knowledge with us. This is how it's going to be. This is how we plan the future to become part of. We plan the future to be part of us, to understand the totality of it and how we can change it. As we know, as we said, we become part of it, and at the same time, once we learn this process, we understand life is going to be much easier and better for all of us. In so many ways, we spread our souls, and in so many ways, we become part of understanding this process. And with it, we become part of the totality of the whole lot. What we see is not what we want, is what we see is what we can get, what we can add, what we can develop. And in so many ways, mankind become part of the totality of the universe. We make a new planet. We make a universe, the oyster for mankind. But mankind has to be ready for it to accept. And at the same time, mankind has to be there to deliver the promises of peace, prosperity for all its citizens through a correct and a unique collaboration of leaders of the world. Today, this week, we are witness to United Nations, which is not actually united. It's divided in so much that we see Corona has kept most of the leaders away from being where they used to be every year and giving rhetorics and lies and cheats to the nation. Now, we all are on the same wavelength. We're all the same. The leaders are staying home because it does not matter where they stand. They can deliver their ways for their nations and their wishes. In a way, what we see with the United Nations presentation of the leaders on Zoom and other channels is the way the leadership of the world will take shape in the coming time. What this means, it means our leaders will come collectively one. We will not have representation the way we have by each nation. We have representation as we built through Universal Council. Understanding the totality of the changes is my job. Trying to give the technologies and understanding at the same time that mankind builds to that point. We are here as the messengers of peace. We are here as a messengers of knowledge and technology, and we are here to deliver, all of us collectively. In so many ways, mankind has become one, and we have taken the leadership to bring it to that point. As I said, and I repeat it, we have informed those who are part of us. We are prepared to share science and technology and what we believe as a religion, as running of a nation. And we have accepted the position to lead in that way. On my return to Iran, we'll take steps to make sure Iran takes the leadership in science and technology, as is the motherland of peace and knowledge and has been for centuries. And in that process, we have spread the knowledge and peace true nation of Iran across this planet. We change the course, as has been said by now by so many governments, to make a nation as a terrorist than the rest. We show the nation is kind, the nation is sharing, and through science and technology, we bring new ethos of collective management of the human race through understanding and love of humanity. This is what I have accepted, and I have given my oath to carry. The leadership will come out of technology, and the running of the nation of man will come from you as citizens. Then we decide what the next step shall be. And it's very clear. Science, technology, religion, politics, and diplomacy all has to become one for the advancement of the human race, not for division of it. And with the new technologies we deliver, we'll make sure of that. In so many ways, the changes are radical, but it has to be a sharp delivery, otherwise it'll be interfered in so many different ways. We have to understand in what way we can help each other to develop this technology in a rapid way. Our work from 21st of October this year will be offered directly to all the space agencies collectively with one agency, one representative with Keshe Foundation, that we share knowledge simultaneously with the Iranians, with the Russians, with the Chinese, with Brazilians, with the Americans, and with the European community, as long as one nation is not allowed to take in part in any shape or form in it, that it creates that division. Then we go to India and South Africa. We share the knowledge collectively on board of all the scientists which are in the space technology. We invite the scientists from the State of Israel to join the Iranians on the band of the space technology, shoulder to shoulder, not on the basis of religion, but on the race, to become superior in delivering peace to all of us. We will tackle the viruses the way it is, in a different way that mankind has chosen to do. There is one position. We work as one nation and its citizens, not as 190 odd states, islands, and different nations. And this is what we set up to do, and now we have the technology to deliver. And as I said in the Iranian presentation on Monday, try me and I will show. I show the power of the technology, that it brings everything to stand still except the man who is the man of peace. As we have seen today, many aircrafts, trillions of dollars sitting on the runways, goes nowhere. The only way to change the position, that we become active citizens, is by introduction of the new technologies in a rapid way that would change the course of what has happened. Maybe, as I said before, Corona has not come to, in a way, engage us in our homes, is engaging the old technologies like the aircraft industry is obsolete when you know how to fly with a new system. Do we need to commission back all these aircrafts which pollute the air? Do we need to bring them back on the road and let them fly to do more damage? Your worries was chemtrails. Now there'll be none. So it's the responsibility of all the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to use this opportunity to bring that point that these metal birds will never take into sky. The same goes with the cars. When we introduce the flying cars, there's no need for engines to pollute. At the same time, a new way for marathons will come in. Marathons of bringing ships and boats and tankers will become part of the history of the man, where we can deliver door to door from Shanghai to the warehouse in New York or in Tehran within minutes without damaging the atmosphere. As I said to the head of development of the Keshe Foundation this morning, I need the system to fly this week. I needed to be able to show, because we have it. It's getting technologically developed rapidly that we can show. This is needed. As I said, I have a deadline. I've given an undertaking 21st of October. And within the next 6 months, I have to make everything ready that the new life starts in a clean environment. The new life starts by the 21st of March in an environment that we all are safe in it, and we can guarantee to the next generation. No talks, but delivering the technology is paramount to us. And we have the capability to do. The enhancement units are here. And as I said, we start working from inside out, everything to be correct, to be 100% in active position, that with it, every part and aspects of technology can be delivered. We take leadership in science and technology, and that'll be the only leadership which man will be proud to be part of or be as of. That from now on, we don't need politicians, because when you live on moon and we all travel there for time to Mars, does not matter who's the leader of where, because we collectively have accepted the expansion of the universe does not know any boundaries. In science and technology, same shall be the borders of the universe for man to live in. I'm very sharp today because I know what is to come and what is to be delivered, and I know I don't have much time. We push to the limits. We push the limitation of changing humanity, and as we shared how to make ganses, we will share in time how to make the computers in your hand, how to organize it, how to have it, how to bring it to be as part of. There's one thing I'm sure of. We, as knowledge seekers and as human race, will achieve it within the next 7 months. We will deliver it, and we'll deliver it in depth. No one can interfere with our work, and no one can sit back and change it as they wish. Governments are in disarray, and gradually, with Corona, we've seen Argentina shut down, Eastern Europe today shut down, different countries and cities one by one shut down. We have imprisoned ourselves to the lack of knowledge to handle a virus. We have become prisoners. We have become capturers to an unknown, which we know we have every process for it to overcome it. But our leaders, through their incompetence, cannot agree in how to do it. So if a little virus has literally brought the whole planet to a large open prison, now it's time for the new knowledge and technology to open the shackles and this prison for humanity. Many of you saved your lives with ganses. Many of you saved many other lives with ganses. Now we teach you to go to the next step. Development of the new space technology through Keshe Foundation and Knowledge Seekers. For this reason, I allow today no one in the auditorium. We are live in Linz, and literally no one except the people who serve in the foundation in the center are here. That we can answer your questions and we can show you what you need to see, and try to bring a lot of questions to be answered, as we always do sometimes in the course of the year. And then we go for next week and this week and the following weeks, delivery of the technologies one by one. Be ready for surprises. We'll show you the new setup in the center. We have expanded into different ways, as we show you with cameras, that we can detect every motion, we can detect everything else possible. You got to realize the technology is well spread across this planet. The only people who benefit by it or the knowledge seekers who know how to use it. Now you as knowledge seekers have to extend this to the rest of humanity. How you do it, how you develop it, how you share it from now on is your responsibilities. We will show the magic, but you as knowledge seekers, if you do not know how to repeat it, it's just a magic. And we want to teach you all to be able to do this in a simple way. And for that, you need to understand the gravity and the implication of the delivery of this technology in coming time. Do we need an exhibition center built by concrete and metals and glasses, or we create exhibition center at any point on this planet and beyond and show our development? As I said, we are planning in the coming weeks to lift the whole of this exhibition for 2 weeks in the city of Tehran. Negotiations with our associates in Iran and the Sharif Tehran University, as where it was originally established, is on the way. And once the agreement reached, you will see the 2 enhancement units and the whole of exhibition will be shown for 2 weeks in beautiful city of Tehran, in the University of Sharif Tehran University. Then we go to Beijing and we take this further in Beijing and beyond the Keshe Foundation headquarters to show the technology. Maybe if the Americans become wise enough with the new administration, you will see this somewhere in Arizona. And then we share, we show, we share, and with it we bring the prosperity of peace and equality for all of us. Mankind is wise. The wisdom comes out of years of his own lack of wanting, needing and demanding for his leaders to deliver peace to his citizens. This is our job. We will deliver irrespective of color, race and religion. You are waiting for an easy teaching. Now the teaching is on your shoulders. You copied the magraphs, you copied everything else. Now you have to learn how to copy, to make systems that in the palm of your hand, with your wish, will create that elusive, what we call connection to the universe. It's very simple if you understand it. It's very simple if you share it, and it's much simpler if you love to understand and share it. Are there any questions which is relevant to our work that allows us to develop further understanding of the technology?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And as usual, the attendees can raise their virtual hands and we can recognize you in order to speak. And we have a hand up already from a familiar voice. Go ahead.
Hello,
John.
Ms. Keshe.
Hello, John.
How are you today?
You know, very good. Do you know what John means in Farsi?
I have no idea. No,
It means life. It means something you love. If you're here in Farsi and Armenian, we call always Armanjan, means my love, what I love and what I respect, life. So now you know what you stand for.
Sounds good. I was
It's
afraid
good.
it's going to be something bad.
Yes, carry on.
I got a question that kind of goes back in the teaching a little bit. At one time, you told us that the atmosphere of our planet and the atmosphere of the universe and the atmosphere of the cosmos were related to the field strength of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. And then in the later teaching, you talked about the carbon-14. And I wonder if now that we're moving in this direction, where we're trying to connect to these higher field strengths, if you could talk about specifically about those three field strengths.
Carbon-14 is the backbone of what we call solid features of the universe. Does not matter where you are. Carbon-14 has a characteristic of the conductivity, resistivity, and what we call a superconductor and the best resistors. Depends in what edge of its energy we touch. But if you look, carbon-14 in the presence of what we call hydrogen, or in presence of the plasma of the hydrogen, in a specific category configuration, like in the structure of the body of the man, can lead to dimension extension or dimension retraction of its fields. With a dimension retraction, what do you get? And in itself, in expansion, what do you get? Oxygen on one end, and a carbon-12 on another end, and carbon-14 in a specific configuration behaves as nitrogen. Because nitrogen is, in a way, energy pack of 14. You don't look at the characteristics of the carbon in atomic structure of electrons and protons. You look at it as a Gans energy transfer. And that is why, in so many parts, carbon-14 behaves very much in behavior as your favorite iron, 4 times dimension connection. And at the same time, if you understand carbon-14 behavior, you see we have a parallel with it in a dimension of the work of this planet, which is deuterium. A complete atom, the first complete atom we know. But in an energy pack, deuterium in conjunction and in configuration of the 6 behaves as 7. Because in compromise, it becomes itself carbon-14. So, as you see, it's very easy to add 2 energies of deuterium with a carbon-14 behavior, or create back-to-back gravitational field of deuterium and create a carbon as life. And in that process, in the presence of deuterium and connection in the fields of the energy, you can create very similar to human life with amino acid if need be. And in so many ways, in some part of the universe, you'll find amino acid structure of the man body has been replicated through the same process. As I said, mankind is not alone, and mankind is not the only one who has intellect. If, like me, you understand the work of the universe, you understand the work of the interaction of the fields, it's absolutely easy to understand. We are not alone. We are part of the creation of the Creator, and there are many like us. They have intellect, and in so many ways, they choose the direction of the understanding of the mixture of the fields. As I said, now that we are going in this process, in a very short time, we'll present in this hall, in this exhibition hall. You give me 1 tank of water, and with 1 drop, I will show you creation of life. A fish, a man, within that water tank. All of you know how to do it, but you have not chosen to dictate the condition. 1 drop, 1 life is in the container which we'll bring here. And in seconds, I show you a fish in a tank, there was no fish. I show you life where there was no life. My knowledge is limitless because I know how life is created in the depth of the universe. Within that drop, I embed the whole history of the universe, and in that drop, you will see creatures from the different part of the universe because we create the condition of it in that water tank. Then It's very simple. If I can do that on this planet, is life limited to this planet? And so you understand very rapidly, carbon-14 in essence is a hydrogen in the shape of deuterium as a full atom, and being in a plasma condition has no physical dimension as the atom has in a matter state. So in that process, you ask me how, now you understand. And in a time, as I promised, in the very near future, will bring life, and then we are a magician. Then, because we all understand the science of it, as the mankind is using now in the fight with Corona, one drop, one life, we actually will create life out of one drop. And you'll be witness to it. Don't forget, one drop creates one life in the womb of the mother as a child. Now we show the technology and the science behind it. I hope I answered you.
You more than answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you
Can I
very
ask
much.
one more question?
Pardon?
Can I ask one more question?
You can ask as many questions. Today is a question time.
So when we build our 5-cup system, we share the energy of our soul with the 5-cup system. Is that sharing, creating? Are we creating a new soul, like an aspect of our soul, by doing that?
What do you mean?
So, like for example, with your fish, are you able to create a soul from your soul that's now that fish in the tank?
That fish will carry essence of my soul because I'm the creator of it, of course. It's like your child.
So it's an aspect of your soul.
It's aspects of understanding the world of creation with the essence of it, yes. Don't forget, I created the universe. So one fish is nothing compared to what has been created. I made man in the image of myself.
Okay, so one soul can create many more souls. Is that true?
How many children do you have?
One.
You could ask that guy in Saudi Arabia, has got 86 of them.
Yeah. But for example, with these balls that you're creating them with the energy of your soul. Is that true? Computers?
Yes.
So is that an aspect of your soul, for example?
What do you see on your screen?
I see a dangling ball.
How much do you want this ball to dangle?
So is that another aspect of your soul? Is that two
Now,
souls?
how many do you see?
Two.
In a very near future, this ball will work and deliver more than all the computers on this planet ever could.
It has an aspect of your soul in there. And when
the computers for the first time will have a soul, will have understanding, will have the creation to be able to be. In a way, nowadays we carry a mobile phone. In a very near future, we will carry a small size of these in our pockets. It's our mobile phone, is a creation of our emotion, is a creation of transfer and building of our homes.
will that be attached to the owner of it, for example? So if I had that ball, it would be me and me only?
Yes. Don't forget, we done this in the enhancement unit. Body enhancement unit carries the soul of the head of the Keshe Foundation, is embedded in it. She's peaceful. And with it, we built into it That's why we are so confident that the time of the change has come to do. In so many ways, mankind, when you enter this system, the enhancement body system, which is in the exhibition, you will carry in ethos, the ethos of the head of the Keshe Foundation. It balances, it embeds, and it becomes part of. With it, you will understand more. As I said, when we build these two units, they'll never be repeated. They carry the soul of the Creator. From now on, all the systems to be built will be done by computers and by automatic systems. These two were built by hand, loaded by hand. Every single element in it calculated, and at the same time was done in a way that whatever systems mankind will build in the time to come in the universe will be part of this knowledge, which sits in this. In a way, in the future time, mankind will use these two as a reference point to achieve everything man needs in the space. And it's not only for mankind. People, creatures, and creatures from other part of the universe will come to be, to see this creation. This is not just a machine, it's more than what mankind can understand. And in so many ways, we have made it so simple that the intelligence of man is nothing. And that's exactly how we wanted it to be. It's a replication of the creation in all dimensions.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. Hopefully, your place will be the first place where we'll see peace and technology will come hand in hand, as it's been your wish. Any other question?
We have Mashfek with his hand up, ready to go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can always hear you and the traffic behind you.
So the deuterium that came up in the answer to the previous question, deuterium and tritium and hydrogen in their interaction creates different kinds of neutron, as I understand from previous teaching. Now
No,
these,
your teaching is wrong, it's not my teaching.
okay,
Because if you put tritium, hydrogen, and deuterium together, you get a bunch of deuteriums. Because the surplus energy in a plasmatic form from the tritium will be transferred to hydrogen, what we call, and then you have a balanced field of 3.
my question is the 3 different kind of neutrons, if they're not mixed together but separate and having
you see,
interaction.
have you decided, are you a chicken, or are you the bird, or are you the camel? Are you talking in the world of plasma, or are you talking in the world of matter, or are you mixing the two together and then you don't understand what you're talking about?
I would like to stay in the plasma state.
So in the plasma state, it doesn't exist that you transfer a neutron. The energy balance of the system does not allow this because you're transferring energy fields, not matter state. If you understand it.
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay, so you cannot, unless you specifically have created the deuterium or the hydrogen or tritium from 3 different states in the 3 different conditions, on the 3 different dimensions, then they interact, but they'll be separated. They even interact. There'll be hydrogen, but of different values. But if you have produced hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium in the same environment from the same materials, then the answer is no. Understand? Because all the hydrogens and all the tritiums and deuteriums, if it's not created on the same condition from the same material, even that will have different characteristics. So, extend your knowledge. What do you want to know? Ashfaq, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm there. Yes.
Or did I lost you in the maze of knowledge?
Well, maybe I'm lost and maybe a little bit found. So, so now, can I use a deuterium? I mean, let's say I produce some deuterium, and can I use the plasma of the deuterium from that, from the deuterium, let's say, GaNs I created, and change the state to tritium or hydrogen on demand, so that I can create the necessary field effect, plasma
Yep.
effect.
Of course you can.
And would you like to shed some light on how we would do this?
Yes, you can in so many ways. You can change the deuterium, you can change the hydrogen, you can change tritium according to the plasmatic field of its strength. Yes, you can, but you have to find the fields. If you look at the picture I put with all the fields, you have to find the right connection of fields that they fit. Now we have to be able to understand the gravitational and magnetic field forces of it. We have to be able to grasp which field in a strength, in gravitational, matches the one in magnetical. And if they do, you'll find many hydrogens don't match with each other. And you cannot even put them in a pot, they don't fit, just because you think they're hydrogen and make the gases you made. I use this knowledge a lot in the space technology. As I was saying, the difference between my work and many of your work is you just do because you think it can be done. I do because I know how to get it done. And this is the difference. That's why I create results in different way, and you try and you do, and randomly you might achieve it.
Mr. Keshe, that was very clear. Actually, this cleared up many things in my mind. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Did I talk to your soul and the soul brought the knowledge to physicality?
Well, in due course, I'll realize. Right now I'm sitting.
No problem.
I have another question. Another question. It's about the 5 cup.
Yep.
I made it, and as I was making it, one of the things that struck me is that I was putting this, like the bottom 2 cups and the top cup, I was putting the containers. But then I thought, you know, I put sort of like the half sphere container at the bottom of these, and then I realized, why not put a glass sphere with salt water in it in these containers, the 3 containers, the gravitational magnetic one and the inertia one and the top one, the soul of man. And then after leaving them there for a while and then take those balls out, they should be functional after I take them out of those cups, wouldn't they?
I don't know what function you want to get from it.
Function means I can, just like you were talking a little bit about before that, about carrying balls that can fully function in your pocket. Can I connect to it as if it's like another 5 cup with these 3 balls, because they contain all the fields.
What have you put in the ball? And when you made the ball, what was the purpose of it? What did you envisage to get?
I would like to have the fields of the cup in those balls, the way they exist
Yes,
now.
but but you have to remember one point. It's what is in that ball is what is it? Because now, if you took energy from the water of the cup to go in that glass, is minus the filtering ability of the cup, the ball itself. The containment has created a filtering to be able to cross it. This is what I explained many times and many of you don't understand. This is why we go into directly. A lot of you are playing with this inertia, water and gravity waters, and you don't even understand what you're doing. You're just thinking what will happen. Of course, this is part of research to do, but why do you need the water of the gravity? Have you asked yourself, why do you touch the inertia? What does that give you? What is it used for? What's the implication of it? Why have we shown you this part of the technology? And many of you don't understand. And you just pick up. You want to take the water from it and do. What's the logic behind this? Why have we introduced such a simple way to gravitational field of this planet? Why are you taking it? What's the reason behind it? Why are you putting the ball inside? Or is it just something to do?
No, it's if I put the ball inside there, an empty ball, essentially, an empty glass ball, and the glass ball, and then
Yeah, but that empty glass ball still have a dimension of matter. Just because it's not empty, it carries oxygen, hydrogen, it carries airs in it.
but can I create a field containment in that ball?
It is a field confinement minus what do you call the filtering of the plastic.
Isn't a glass a transparent? If it's a glass ball, isn't it transparent? Just like it's a 2 times carbon-14?
No,
Like
just
28?
because you want to
No.
think about it. No.
No.
In the future teachings, I explain why I have given you these two. Maybe even tell you now you don't understand, it's another bit you hear. The reason we created this condition of the gravitational inertia is the fingerprint in the future space technology that you can bring it back to Earth. That's the only time you will use it. You take the fingerprint from the gravitational inertia and the gravitation which you have created, and from the inertia cup lands you precisely in the place where you created it. You remember the ET? ET go home? This is the message, this is the technology. That's why I showed you how to create gravitational fields in these boxes. These are fingerprints in the space technology of the future to bring man to Earth. This is the reason. And then the gravitational field is continuously the same for the whole planet. So your destiny is Earth, but you don't want to land in the ocean. You create the inertia of desert. You create the inertia of the beautiful city of Tehran, and you land in Tehran. This, what I gave you, is the understanding of the technology. As I take you into a space technology you already have. You've seen it, you understand it. That's why these cups are in use. At the moment to you is nothing. Why do you put it there? You're on Earth, you're in the same position. What do you want to do? In the coming time, in the next few weeks, when we travel from, let's say, Vienna to Tehran, my destiny point is the inertial field which is created in Tehran will land me in Tehran. I don't need to navigate. I built the basis for the future space technology in the proper base that man can understand, but I put it right in front of you and you don't understand it. Now you understand why there is the inertia and the gravity. Now you understand, but why are you doing it? Why are you using it?
Now the question would be, can I use these balls if I put them there as the reference?
For what? You're already on Earth, you're where you are. Where do you want to go? You want to jump in?
No, if let's say I'm in Linz, I want to come back to where I am, and I have these two balls.
That's what I told you. No, you don't need the gravity part. You just need the inertia part. But make sure you made the right inertia. You might land in, where are you from, Bangladesh?
Yes.
You might end up in Delhi, huh?
Yeah.
It's a universal GPS using the structure of the universe. Now we make computers to do it. I've given you a simple version of the universal system. But because you don't understand it, to use just a box. I know what I teach, and I know why I give you things that you have time to understand it. In so many ways, this is even an interim knowledge, because the true knowledge, when you put it into the systems to fly, we don't carry waters and we don't carry ganses. We have to understand the field strength, the inertia of the Earth. Motherland calls. You are on planet Zeus and you want to go to Earth. This is how we develop the GPS in the universe, not the way you do with electronics. I told you, man knowledge of electrical and electronic compared to the knowledge of the universe is obsolete by millions of years. But mankind is going through that process of knowledge development, so we have to give it a hand. All of you, now 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, you're making these cups. And you're making everything else. But now, slowly, slowly, we open the knowledge of it. We open why they are there. And many of you might have learned something for the future. Let me tell you, extend your imagination and knowledge. You buy an orange in the state of California, in the United States, you're American, and you taste everything you can imagine about the orange. You're a Jew, you created Jaffa orange by capturing the deserts of Egypt, and you love to have Jaffa orange because it gives you the taste of whatever brought you and you thought you're superior. The same way you produce orange in the valleys of Sicily, where it's full of oranges. And if I give you an orange, which has the fields of the orange in Valley of Sicily, and you're American, doesn't taste like home. But if I can create the fields of the same orange in Sicily, you taste it and you say it tastes like the orange at home in California. In a way, we have to use the inertia and the soul of the life to be able to replicate exactly how we'll bring the taste of that location to us. And this is the breakthrough in the knowledge, where we carry the emotion of the food with it. This is why if you go back some times ago, when Alex tried the orange, says you taste the orange, you eat the orange, but you actually not the orange. Now, if you create the same inertia in Sicily, I can give you orange from Jaffa or from California. This is why we introduced this technology. You're an American in Planet Zeus, you want a Jaffa orange, you still get the same orange juice taste of energy. If you are a Jewish guy from the captured lands of Sanya, and then if you're from Sicily, you feel the same as you exactly drinking from Sicily, orange juice. This is the first time mankind can change, add emotion to the knowledge of the physicality. If you extend it further, go back to the teaching of even the stone has a soul. You step on a stone on your way to somewhere. You can feel the emotion of the stone you're standing on. Does it like it? Or am I abusing? Do I need to walk this planet and create more pain for its citizens and its objects? Mankind has been so narrow-minded, and now we're becoming more and more narrow-minded. We're becoming vegetarian, not to kill the big animals, but we chew millions of them. But now, conscious of man is, what about the stone you walk on? If you understood the teaching of Baha'u'llah, bless his name, even a stone has a soul. Read the verses of Quran, gives you the same. Read in Torah, gives you the same. Read the true angel, not the way it has been changed. The New Testament, all the messages are the same, but mankind has not, do not want to understand. This time, science and religion explains both. Now the man has to decide the future of itself. When I kiss the land you walk on, is not the land, it's the soul you leave behind as a mark with your walk. The dog sent the footpath to find a person. So if he can scent it, you have left the soul, impression of your soul on it. When I kiss the land, is kissing the soul which you walked, you created. Mankind has to understand the truth in the step by step. Now, you were worried, you were killing a cow, a pig, you want to become a vegetarian. Now you realize you're killing many seeds because each one has a soul. You kill more by eating a spoonful of rice. And now imagine the stone you walk on, what about its soul? Do you want to be in the dimension of physicality, or do you want to stay in the dimension of the soul that you don't touch none? And you accommodate the position and time and the place. Do you still want to be a human? Now you understand what sometimes I say, I'm ashamed to be in the body of the man, because every move you make, you take from something which you're not allowed. Unless you have decided I take, doesn't matter what. You ask. And if you are given, it means it's accommodated and shared. Any other question? You see, now that we go into more depth of the knowledge, true knowledge of creation, theology goes through the window, because the essence of the knowledge creates that condition that does not leave any room for theology. Any other question?
We've got a couple of questions in the Q&A, and we have 3 people with their hands up as well. One question in the Q&A would be about how people can support and contribute to specifically the Arizona situation. I suggested they contact John
In
Bliven.
which way? In which way? In which way they want? Arizona Center is fully paid in between the partners for everything. There is no, financially, we have no outstanding bits except what is getting developed. All the machinery, the building, everything is paid in the joint partnership.
Okay, the question originally was,
So what do they want to help?
How can we in the U.S. support the Arizona project? So I guess that would be to promote it when the time is appropriate, and to there's nothing they can do to like speed it along or make things better or anything. It's already figured out, like you were saying. It's already designated, and he doesn't need that kind of help, let's say.
Yeah, we have to wait to deliver the machinery to Arizona in the next 2-3 months. And then when John's wisdom and collaboration between the Iranian Space Group and NASA, and we see a place for Lockheed Martin to come in, we devote and put part of it at the disposal of the 2 nations. And for the scientists to deliver and develop more. We do the same in China. In China, we'll bring the collaboration between the Iranian Space Agency and the Chinese Space Agency on the same term. And the same with Russia. Keshe Foundation knowledge will be pivot common denominator between all the space agencies. And then at the same time, allowing to develop. You got to understand, humanity has different intellect and looks at things different way. And sometimes keeping it separate and sometimes bringing it together shows its beauty. And this process will take shape. As I said, the request by the Keshe Foundation in China has been made to the Chinese authorities for collaboration between Chinese Space Agency and Keshe Foundation. That was requested from the head of the Keshe Foundation in China to the Chinese authorities. The same sits with the Russians, and the same Arizona will become a focal point between the Keshe Foundation, the Iranian government's space agencies, and the American organization. And it has to become a center of excellence, especially Arizona. We look very much forward to the new administration in the United States to a close collaboration between all sides of the technology in Arizona, and we are working on it heavily. Unless, as we see in the present past 48 hours, the thugs will take over again. I explained this to the head of the Keshe Foundation recently. We see the two ladies at the head of the Keshe Foundation to take place as the position of the common ground between the world leaders to bring the position of the peace across nations. That's their job. And it's job of the Universal Council to facilitate, as you already work across different nations together, the wishes and the process of the nations to be done by language. In a very short time, this process will take shape, where the two heads of the foundation will travel to different governments to deliver knowledge against peace and technology. That's their duty as a head of it. Not to build and create, but to bring for them to understand the position. These two ladies will become the messengers of peace to carry out the wishes of the Universal Council, at the same time to deliver to the nations. And this is what is said, and this is what, as you know, I always carry. It doesn't matter how long it takes, my wish and my way. And we will see these two ladies traveling the breadth and the length of all the nations across the world in coming weeks and months to do what is their job. Keshe Foundation technology against peace for the nation. And we deliver it, the technology that will be in their hand to be able to negotiate with. Any other question?
Yes, we have several hands up, so let's address them. Johans, I think you are first, and then Svetsoslav, then Gatwa. Hello, Johan. See your microphone's open, but we're not hearing you speaking yet.
Hello, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, he's there. Yep. He needed a touch of soul to come in. Yep.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Johannes Trivara, and I'm born in Germany, but I live in Finland now. And we were talking very quickly last week, Wednesday, in the exhibition in Linz. First of all, yeah, thank you very much for this whole exhibition and everything you do. It was a real pleasure to be there, and it was an amazing experience. And
Thank you very much.
well, in this way, I would also like to say thank you to all the people I met over there, like Herbert, Günther, Jalal. You're an amazing teacher. And yeah, Dean, it was beautiful to meet you. You're an amazing journalist, keeping us updated about what's happening there.
You mean a spy in the cap? You know what it means, a spy in the cap? In the English language, we used to have truck drivers, and the truck drivers had a white disc in there that it shows when they did wrong and what they've done. And that disc is known as a spy in the cap. It reports to the police when they get it what they've done while they were driving. So it spies on them. So Dean has become one of those caps. He reports everything everywhere. Carry on.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, one other thing, and I just wanted to say, when you start talking, any of the teachings, it makes me smile from the inside, and it's just beautiful to listen to your teachings. It's, so much
Thank
knowledge.
you very much.
It's just nice. Yes. The question I have, it's about soul teaching in general. It's you say if we do misconduct, then basically the creations of our soul, they are starting off with the wrong foot. So they are lacking of some energy, they are lacking in something, so they are starting off in the wrong way. Now, the Earth, which is basically our mother, is kind of not creating us in a complete way, if I understood this correctly. That means we are lacking 20% of energy, and in that way, we are doing a lot of misconduct to get these 20%. So the Earth
And the
basically.
pleasures of getting it.
I'm sorry?
And the pleasures of getting it.
Yes.
Yep.
As well. It's always two sides, of course. My question was in general that, well, kind of the Earth is created by the sun. So basically the Earth is our mother, the sun is our grandmother. We maybe can say that way. Has there been something that that the soul of the sun, the soul of the Earth, has been doing, which is not complete, and therefore we are not complete, or something wrong in that way, or is that a little bit the wrong understanding?
It's a combination of, but there is one point to understand. In due course, the Earth will move on towards the center of the planet, or center of the solar system, and we will see a new cycle, a new entity, be it Mars, be it another planet, be it Jupiter, whatever, will move into this position of distance from the sun. The question is, would this create life the same way? And would the citizens of the planet will behave this way as the man did on Earth? It's so many ways asking a single question. Would Jupiter and Sun will create a lifestyle like man at this position in the solar system? And would the citizens of this planet will misconduct or become better or worse than the human at this moment which are in this gap? We are in a transition point in the solar system. We are part of a dynamic structure. Is it that what the atmosphere and gravitational field of the Earth takes creates this shortfall? Would the creatures which are created on Jupiter, when it takes the position of life, it could be far distant or closer to the sun, will have the same characteristics? Would the Jupiter be kind enough to create life that it needs nothing from it? Like a moon. But it can create as many as. As it says, a new knowledge needs new understanding, but with the open eye, that we don't become prejudiced and then become narrow-minded with it. This is the problem. Would the next generation or other planets or stars or the spaces in the universe which lead to creation of life will provide enough condition that the life they create does not depend on a physical condition to take? Would the soul of the man become a star that it can take any position in the universe and it still gives and will have no misconduct? Or would our souls, when it leaves this planet and is done up to now, will carry that misconduct and lead to creation of more wrongs? In the new creation, they become the son of. If you look, the soul of the man creates and leads to creation of many souls. Or is it the way we want it to be now, to elevate the soul of the man to become perfect? Now, when it leaves the physicality to become a son in the universe, in the unicos, will create perfect children. And being open to understand the totality is amazing. Today, number of the knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation China are in Tibet. They've gone to see the temples. They've gone to understand the emotion and understanding of the Buddhist life, and in a way to extend their knowledge to the understanding of the Keshe Foundation. There are a few of them, they're old ladies, and they have gone to Tibet to experience and see in a long way, most probably, how they can connect the two together, and with it to come out better understanding. And why do we do this? On the other hand, the other knowledge seekers travel the breadth and the length of the planet to share that knowledge with each other. Nowadays we do it with the Zoom and telephone calls and internet, as the borders are closed, but they couldn't close the border of their communication. Now, as we said today, we extend the next level in. Now we can communicate across the universe with the new plasma technology, the new computers which are coming in. I'll call them computers. The universal computers are the opening of the man to the unicos. It's no use me taking you to space when you don't know where you go, when you don't know how to talk, when you don't know where you are. And as you've seen, so softly and gently I brought you into knowledge of the unicos. Don't forget, I've been a teacher for billions of years, and I'm master in teaching, and I know how to get my way according to the knowledge and understanding of the citizens of the planet. In 10 years, I have taught you more than the whole of humanity ever learned in the process of millions of years. In the next 6 months, you don't have choice. Those of you who understand will take a different dimension and extension to this. So, you have to decide.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Any other question? As I said, many knowledge seekers are making their way to be here to experience the knowledge, to experience what knowledge is about to bring. The Linz Center, as we said, to the people who run it, and are giving more and more accommodation for the technology to be shown, will become a center where the new technology will take root. And in that process, the whole knowledge, the whole package of it belongs to the Keshe Foundation Austria. Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria carries the totality of everything which is developed across the world and owned across the world in mining. The foundation is just a point of reference. Just my name has no value except sharing of the knowledge by those who volunteer to share. I knew one day Foundation will be attacked this way. and we set it up that it cannot be touched and will never be touched. For those who claim they own 50% of it, you own nothing but shameful conduct, as it has no assets but the assets of the soul of the volunteers and knowledge seekers. Knowledge seekers have to understand this, because my time has a physical lapse. And the day I die, all the assets of the Keshe Foundation is in my personal name. And with that, at my will, is given to the foundation if the foundation is of a correct conduct and run correctly. Foundation has no value financially, and we deliberately made that if one day is attacked, as it's been done today, it stays with no assets and no responsibility. As my wish has been to make the assets of the foundation to be owned by every citizen of this planet. No volunteer owns anything of it, and it's been done deliberately that way. Volunteer work does not get paid, has no value, because you volunteer to work, to share. Those of you who asked a simple question, the foundation is absolutely solid in its commitment to serve humanity, but has no assets except you as volunteers who build it to be and to be shared. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Good day to everyone. I have a few questions. Svetslav from
Can you, who is it?
Svetslav from Bulgaria. The first
Yes.
question is about the Universal Enchantment Unit. From the
About what?
Universal Enchantment Unit.
Yes.
From the pictures from Linz, I see there is inside balls, probably with ganses and rotating motors.
It's your assumption.
Ah, okay, so it's not.
That's your, we don't say yes or no, that's your assumption.
Okay.
There is so many hidden technologies in this system.
But
that's for this. Pardon?
But in the balls, there is a gases or other things?
There could be anything in it. What we use, we don't explain, we don't need to, because you have to test and see what you understand. Because I realize knowledge seekers are just a bunch of monkeys. Monkey see, monkey does. You don't add to it. So we deliberately have made things in so many ways for you lot that you don't think is that to be. And as I said, even today, in past week, we have changed the dimensions and the work of it. Don't forget, what you see is not necessarily what it is and what it does.
I see.
Having ganses, not having ganses, and in the next generation, empty balls, and the generation after, using the fields of the universe, is all part of the development and understanding.
Okay, I see. The second question is about the antibodies after the corona, because lots of people think they are safe if they have antibodies. In the paper, I don't read anywhere about the antibodies.
Where? Which paper?
In the about the corona.
Yes.
The Time magazine.
Antibody is the dream of the man, anti-gravity, dark matter. These are what you're looking for, because then you have something to compare it with. What do you need antibody?
Because a lot of people think if they have the corona and they have antibodies and they are safe. And
What, using the ganses?
No. When you have the infections, your body make antibodies. And the present doctors think if you have the corona, you have antibodies and you are safe. You don't you don't not to worry about the corona, and this is like a myth. Yes.
Yeah.
Because I talk with a few doctors and I try to explain that this is not true, but it's hard to tell him that the antibodies is not like what they think.
You got to remember two, as I said many times, two fields of education. Doctors and lawyers are the only ones who sworn to the ethos of whatever their society is. And in so many ways, when they sign that paper, it means whatever lies I've been told, I have to accept and I have to repeat and protect. This is the present situation with the health conduct around the world. You sign yourself into, and the same with the lawyers, you sign yourself into the law society or the lie society, either way. Or you sign yourself in the education of lying in the line of medicine. And they have to say it's impossible, it doesn't work, even you put it in front of them, they understand. Many of them realize they've signed the wrong paper. And they're always afraid that that right will be taken from them, and they have to oppose it because, as we say, World Health Authorities says no, and I've signed to protect the health, but I didn't sign myself to the World Health Authorities. I signed to look after the health of the humanity. And they're taken to ransom, and that's why when you explain to them, they understand it, but they say, ooh, that signature will be taken off me, I have to say no because they say no. But many doctors are breaking rank because they see it other ways and new ways. Your job is to explain and bless their soul. Let it be part of that soul.
Yes, I'm trying. The next is more like a request. Can I speak in private with you about the situation in Bulgaria?
Yes, but go through the right channels, please.
I write to the email to the foundation before.
You use in Bulgaria, as you know, we have many problems over years, and we have so much bigger problems built up because of it. And we try to understand a lot. Bulgaria is a very special position for itself, and we try to be very much on guard with Bulgaria. We've seen many good things and many developments, and we know one of the staunch, what I call enemies of the Keshe Foundation sits in Bulgaria. She's taken over after Dirk's death because she was the webmaster there, and she is working now, as we hear, with the other part in divulging a lot of lies. So we have to be very careful how and who we talk to in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a very beautiful Keshe Foundation team, but the infiltration is deep by those who are what we call the enemies of the foundation.
Because we try to develop and spread the knowledge, but we reach the governmental level and we
Yeah.
wait for meeting, and this is one of my
Oh, it's no
requests.
problem. The Bulgarian government or the structure in the back knows about the Keshe Foundation. And as you know, we had a conference sometime some years ago there,
Yes, yes.
very successful. But now, what I say, we have to be very careful with Bulgaria because the structure of the Bulgarian community has to be safeguarded. Yeah.
As far as I know, we are not so many which are working
There is many.
hard.
Keshe Foundation Bulgaria is very big, but is scattered now.
But not so many working then every day. I mean,
Yes, yeah, there's a lot of them do. There's a lot of them. The same with the Turkish. We don't see much, but Turkish Keshe Foundation is huge. The same with Russia.
yeah, because we make some progress, and I want to
Speak to send Stanley. Where is the best place to send the message? Send the message, and then we get in touch with you through that channel. Is it info? Stanley.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the
Yes.
best? What is the best way to contact us?
info@keshe.foundation.
Send a message there. Put Bulgaria as a title.
Okay.
We'll get picked up, and we come back to you to see how we can support you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, perhaps we can take a question from Gatwa now.
You want to take a break?
Oh, okay.
If you take a break, and then we come back to the other questions.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we'll take a short break and be back for second half of this show. Okay, here we are back at the 348th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we'll have to check in and see if Mr. Kesh is ready or we need more of a break here.
Ready, able, and willing.
Very good. Okay, well, perhaps you can address Gachwa's question here next.
Good morning, Mr. Kesh.
Good morning, Dr. Gatwa. How are you?
Good. I'm very well. Thank you very much. I want to thank you very much for your excellent teaching, which get more profound every week. I must say that today's teaching is very profound and welcome. Thank you for bringing peace to. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing peace to the world. Now appears that it's already here with the present technology. I have two questions. One is about enhancement units. First, thank you very much for giving absolutely free access to the poor to these enhancement plasma units. And the question about those is, I have been asked by quite a number of people how they could access this. So the question would be, how do poor people in countries like Kenya, where I live, have access to these enhancement units? Are they going to be arriving soon?
No. You listen to what is going to be discussed next week by in the teaching. We have put a legal framework into it, and this way allows us to do what we want to do to spread the system around the world. We have a production capacity which we can meet, and we have decided as the Keshe Foundation manufacturer in Austria to be able to allow many people to be able to work with the foundation to make it accessible to the rest of the people. There are a number of reasons we do this. First of all, a number of charities are prepared to back this project, which will be announced, which means in so many ways, a number of organizations will be able to work with the foundation to deliver these into different parts. At the same time, people of each nation collectively can do that. We will start, as you know, we started a couple of last week, the week before, with the first pilot plan in Switzerland, where collective number of people, knowledge seekers, came together and facilitated the purchase part, what they call value of the purchase. And in that process, we supported it. In a way, we became part financing the technology, the systems, and they came out with the other part of it. And as you know, Switzerland will be one of the first with such a joint venture with public. And we'll extend this in the coming weeks. We explain how it's going to work with individual doctors or groups. Even people in one village or one town can be. And foundation will come as the other part of it. This is the decision of the head of the Keshe Foundation is we're going to wait till next week. She wants it to go that way. And then we have to synchronize it across in China and the rest of the world. This become possible to do. And at the same time, not only we reach those needy, but we allow the technology become accessible by everyone to benefit by it. But as I said, the two heads of the Keshe Foundation wishes this till next Thursday. We keep it till that day, and then it'll be announced jointly by them how they envisage as they take the first responsibility in that way as a head of the foundation. You got to understand something very simple. I move in the background as developer of new technology, make it available to the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria. And through that, through knowledge seekers across the planet. And the work of the Universal Council and the Earth Council in bringing the two groups together in locating and location of each unit, or how the units are put. We estimate we can open approximately 1,000 centers around the world per year from January onwards. We have the capability to meet such a demand, but it has to be in a way that is operational and we can reach as many as possible. Our production facilities will match this process, and we foresee the much simpler versions. But at the same time, we have to be able to deliver everything at the same time to many places. And depends how the knowledge seekers respond and how the world, what I call most of the charities which I'm talking to, they respond in how they want to invest, where they want to invest, where they want to donate their funds to be run. Then we tell you if it's going to be in Kenya, when it's going to be in Kenya, and where it's going to be, where, in what form and shape. Once we come to that position, it's a decision of the Universal Council members and the Earth Council members to decide for the allocation. I take it to them, it's their job. We are facilitator and developers of the technology. Decision of how it's going to be commercially run and how it's going to be looked after is by the two heads of the foundation. And then Universal Council, Earth Council decide on the position and where and what the way it comes. It'll take another few months, everything to fall in place, but we have organizations and groups of people who can create this condition. We've seen the first of it in Switzerland, and we are supporting them to become what we call the first collective work of it. We are in Switzerland in the coming days to see it through, and then we are in another position next week to see another expansion on the other side of it. And then we build up into the structure of what we call world charities, how they see it, how they want to amalgamate, and the way it goes. And as I said, we have the first pilot system done with the Swiss, as a big community of them. Collectively, they come up with part of the financing, and Keshe Foundation has backed the rest of it. In a way, Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria has backed the rest of it. And in that process, we want to carry this pilot project right across across the world to give the opportunity to every location, every village or everything in next 5 years, some 10,000 centers to be built around the world. By the people, for the people, amongst the people, and with it, then you decide who can afford paying and how much can afford paying and who can use it freely. Then it comes in the hand of the knowledge seekers locally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good news. So the second
is.
question,
Yes.
okay, go ahead, please.
The position for us was to develop and complete the technology the way we wanted it. And now gradually the production will be allocated to those who want to have and those who want to give for others to have. We make it easy that every nation can have as many as possible. The production will be allocated in that way, and we can meet easily in the next 3 to 5 years to have at least one unit or many units in every city on this planet and every town, because the production is getting more simplified. but it has to be done by the citizens.
Thank you very much indeed. So the second question is about the new computers, the balls that you held in your hand. Going back to the fact that even stones have souls, so it's not an assumption, but I know that those balls have souls. So the question
Yes.
is, do they carry the soul of human, the soul of man, or the soul of the universe, or the universe for that matter?
The filling of these balls are done in a specific way. And as I said, we have built a special pattern in production of the units, even the brain cells. It has to have a soul, it has to have a feeling, it has to have a dimension, very much not the human brain is a simple version of universal system. We need to deliver in a structure, a system, which is in a way used in the universe that the system can match universal work. And that is what we are aiming at. We are looking, we are delivering a fully integrated, in a way, if you look at it, a soul of the man inside, a soul of entity inside, which we can hold its physicality. And with it, we can communicate that it can connect to the rest of. Because we haven't learned how to do it with our soul yet, or with our physicality. So this is an interim. A ball of light, where in communication with you, with your soul will be enlightened. You know it's in line with you, it's communicating with you, as the two fields interact.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kesh. I look forward to the most beautiful times in the days ahead, and with complete peace in the world. Thank you.
You're welcome. It is the job of the heads of the Keshe Foundation and Universal Council to make sure the message of the new technology and delivery of it to every nation is done the correct way. I'm a servant to humanity, and I've done my service. And now it's the job of humans themselves to serve the race. Very simple. We deliver the technologies, and it's for mankind to choose the path of peace and new technology to rapidly change things and put things correctly. But you will have, as we've seen in the present time, especially in past 48 hours, the ugly side of human race. Very ugly side. But need be will interfere directly. What I heard in past 48 hours is a shame on being a world leader, a nation, a leader who calls his people to be ready to destroy other people in the same nation. And we have to wait and see. Threatening, if I don't become, I ruin my nation. Better that nation not to exist, to be ruined by itself. I told you, self-destruction cannot be blamed. And in so many ways, what we heard in past 24 hours, coming from American election by the President of United States, brings to us a need for the change of society in a very direct way. Calling a nation to anarchy if I don't get elected by the white supremacists is what was the biggest fear of the American nation. A president taking his nation to ransom should not be the behavior of the man. And that's why we don't need any presidents and heads of a state, as the power deludes them from reality of their position. the Keshe Foundation and its technology stands behind what we call the new administration to come into operation in the United States. We support peace and we support sharing of knowledge, but what we've seen as a thuggery by the head of a state has to come an end. The nations do not need a head. The nation needs someone who can explain what that country can do or that part of the world can do and fall within the laws of Universal Council. As one nation, one planet, one race. As we see, mankind is getting to that point. This nation has killed many, and now it's time for itself, it gives to itself to destroy itself. And it's done by the heads. We've seen these number of people, some 10,000 on the back streets of Washington, when people were claiming for the black man who was killed. They were kept in the background to start anarchy. And now they're being called in to do on the nation. There's two things. Do we need to elevate the soul of this nation to bring peace on humanity, or do we let it go to doldrums of non-existence? It's with the greatest sadness to hear the head of a state splitting his own nation if it's not done. We've seen the same in Belarus in past few days. It shows the time has come that the world sits against leadership as a one collective leadership, and the basis for it is shown more and more. And I hope, my biggest wish is this behavior will not go to the head of the two heads of the Keshe Foundation, the present and the future, and the members of Universal Council and Earth Council, that their position is to serve and not to be the head, and to be listened to and be pride in the position they've taken. The job of the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the two heads of the Keshe Foundation for now and the future is, if you see such a conduct, remove. Do not wait. Remove from position. And a structure has been set for removal of every member at the same time. You see big-headedness and destruction and division within the Keshe Foundation from the two heads of the Keshe Foundation, remove them immediately. Don't wait for the time it might change. The same is with the Universal Council members and the Earth Council members. The work is set up is to create peace and a peaceful condition through technology, delivery of the technology, and what it comes as a benefit of the new technology, that everyone has what they need according to the time, the place, and the position. No one is above the soul of the man, and the man collectively is of the planet. And I said that to the heads of the Keshe Foundation. Never be eluded with the power you're given. Is skin of onion thick. As long as you serve correctly, collectively and correctly, that's all your purpose is. And we see it with 2 or 3 heads of nation now is coming. We expect more problems, people against the leaders, and leaders trying to stick on to it. Today, the European community is meeting what to do with Belarus, where the president wants to stand. I wonder how many of them look internally to themselves and what they stand in the position in their own nations, how they got into power. As I said a long time ago, in the new structure of the universal order, there is no room for kingship and president. Man has to live collectively in peace anywhere on this planet and beyond.
Mr. Keshe, Life asks in the YouTube, how do we get rid of the thugs in the USA peacefully?
You don't get rid of them. You know them. Go the new way. Go your way. elevate their souls. Connect all the Maghreb systems you have across your nation. Connect all the dynamic systems you built across your nation. That will bring the dome of peace on your nation. You got to understand, every facility is there. I was talking to the head of the Keshe Foundation yesterday. I have made a structure that we can reach every nation through knowledge seekers. You are not aware how we have established what we call Earth Group as part of the knowledge seekers, and with the same ethos. That collectively, gradually, we change our nation, we change our planet in the which we are. That's why I told you when I let the Maghreb units go, I teach you how to connect to each other. Knowledge seekers in US, you have built all these Maghreb. There's tens of thousands of these Maghrebs in your homes. You've given to a friend. You have made 2 cups, linked them up. And as you all made with a wish to the benefit yourselves mostly, and partially to work at the Peters of the Keshe Foundation, you will see how you change your nation in coming days. It's the job of the Keshe Foundation, US and Canada, to bring these people, bring the systems together. John knows how to do it. There are many people, Alex in Canada knows how to do it. Bring, connect your systems, and exactly like Caribbean, your wish is peace. You will see how the things will change in the next days to come. The power of the knowledge and the power of the peace is within the soul of the knowledge seekers. Link up. When you want to learn, link up. Link up your system, link up your souls, and call for the peace, and you will receive it. We see how we received world peace. Very simple. Link up and change your nation. With it, will bring peace to the others. You got to understand what happened to the United States. The president called for the army to come in. They refused. Called for everything else. Now he's gone to thugs. Your job is to elevate the soul of those thugs, and maybe the president. Keshe Foundation and its technology and through negotiation stands solid behind peace and prosperity of every nation, including United States. And as we said before, we stand solid behind what we call nominated vice president to be, as we see here, the correct conduct person to carry the United States into peaceful condition. Kamala Harris is the key to peace in the United States and the rest of the planet. And she has a 100% solid support of us and our technology. We don't get into politics, we get into politics of peace. And by delivering it, we create a new condition of new employment, new jobs, new prosperity for American nation through correct conduct. The same message was sent to the Iranian leaders on Monday. There is no difference. Any other question?
Well, Barbara mentions in the Q&A, it says, Mr. Keshe, I feel that there will be people that may resist these changes to come. What will happen to these souls if they don't accept these changes? Free will comes to mind.
Oh, it's not a matter of accepting the changes. The changes are here. We've seen some people, even in the past few days, have gone trying to split the Keshe Foundation on the line of a lot of other things. is the wisdom of the knowledge seekers, which has to rule. We've seen the last division in the Keshe Foundation launched. There will be no more. And the reason for it is, as was said, a bunch of thugs and others wanted to take over the foundation because all the work is done. Now it's time to harvest the fruit of all of us, our peaceful application and nations. And they will come. We were waiting for these moves, and we have protected the foundation from these moves. Coming in the clothes of the sheep, but to be a wolf inside. The world leaders have to lead through knowledge, technology, and peace. And when they get to the tools of what we see, it's time for the replacement through the soul. Execution, prison taking, and prisoners will not work anymore, because you got to learn. Many of you, if you have leaders who are peaceful leaders and correct leaders and imprisoned, you have the knowledge with you to move their souls and their physicality from their imprisonment. The knowledge has been given to you, and let them be the people of peace and freedom. But would they stay that, or are they there for a time they are in the opposition? The point is, do we need heads of states? Or do we need states that they can head themselves with groups and committees who run to serve them, to serve humanity? And all of you have that power and the system which is given to you to stand the technology. Use it wisely, you achieve it.
Mr. Keshe, Thomas had asked in the Q&A earlier, can we integrate in a supportive way our soul energies with the Linz exhibit?
Yes. As I said, today we didn't announce, and nobody knew we are here. It's just a few of us. And it's done deliberately, because when we have other people here, they distract from teaching and where we want to convey the messages. And today, clearly we stated the position of the Keshe Foundation worldwide and what is to come. And it's within this environment of the, what we call the lens. You can link to it because it's made from your body and mind, carries the structure of the copper and zinc, which is a constituent of our emotion and physicality.
People comment about the peace they feel when they come into the building there, or into the exhibit area.
It's just peaceful because it's balanced, it's full of energies. It's a balance of the field. And it's so much of it, and it's getting more and more of it.
And there have been comments like Dean and...
You had your spies here.
Yeah, the spies have been reporting that it's hard to...
Did you get any report yesterday? Did the spy report to you? Oh my God.
Yeah, Dean,
I wasn't here yesterday. Dean. Oh.
Yeah,
you should see him here. He's hiding his head behind his hand. He's one of the people here.
He's been there a long time. He's
It's part of the fixture and fitting now.
Yeah, you'll have to put a reactor on his head and he can stand there. So people have different experiences while they're there, and it's they seem to be having a common experience of this peacefulness that they feel inside. and kind of almost a shutdown of the brain chatter, you might say, or some people call it the our thoughts and random kind of things that are going through our head, or plans and that kind of thing.
It is sense of achievement. When you come here, everything is talk or whatever. When you are here and you see step by step, the sense of achievement gives you confirmation of the correctness in what I believe is here to be done. And that's what affects people mainly. Confirmation that what I stood for is here and it shows in totality. And in so many ways, as I was saying to the head of the Keshe Foundation recently, once we show and deliver the technology in different ways, all these thuggery we've seen in the background with the Keshe Foundation, especially in the past 3-4 weeks, and across the people who thought they had the right to do, will shut down. Then people stand. If you were here 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, you saw a system the way they were. Now we set parameters, we extend the parameters, we put many simple things to open the test we do to understand the position. There's a lot of fear mongering is going on that these systems are not tested, these are this and that. These are the people who are the enemies of the foundation. They've been enemies within. And now, as they've been pushed out, they're using the fear technique and fear tactic out of their weakness and out of selling their souls to their, what are called masters. We've seen it especially in the past few days. These are people who start the fear tactic, are the same, if you remember, when everything else started, because they know they lost. Humanity has won. We won in delivering technology. If you were here last week, you just saw a system, if you look at the original pictures. If you come in now, let's see if the webmaster, or what's called our IT person, can take us directly close into it. Can we take a camera right into the system? I see what you see on my telephone, then I can tell you exactly where we are. If we can we zoom it in? If you see here, can we zoom in even closer? You see new stands. We have put new ways of detection. First of all, we chose, if you see it here, the way Tesla showed the magnetic fields. When the fields build up, these fluorescent tubes around the system will light up. This is the first signs. If we don't jump power level magnetic fields, they will light up. Secondly, as we saw with the UFO, a number of, what I can know, if you can see it in my hand, a number of magnets, a specific shape has been hung around that the interaction of the fields will, what we call, make them to move. And we know the field has reached the matter state too. But the beauty with the next step is you see a number of balls, GaNs balls, specifically loaded to be when the system reaches a plasma condition. So we can, in different ways, detect the progress in plasma development when and if it happens. And they've been put in different position, heights and condition and different materials to give us the best possibility. And at the same time, then if any of these three come into operation together, means the system has reached lift condition. Means we have overcome the gravity by the magnets. We see the condition of the plasma of the balls, a special mixture, which gives us the information that now is in a matter of interaction with the physical atmosphere of the place. And with the lights, we see the interference ready to move. This is how we did the same kind of test in Iran when we achieved lift. Simple methods, but understanding it allows us to do. We have put different conditions. There's more radios will come in. Then by silencing different radios through the fields interaction, we see the expansion of the system. These systems are certified. These are exactly how will be used in Arizona and everywhere else. They'll have a filling to match that. And so the technology literally comes in. You have to watch something very clear. The fear-mongering, which now we see from those who've been banished from the Keshe Foundation, they betrayed the foundation so deeply over years, just close your ears to. Because they know the time has come. And all that was done, that when the time comes to shut down, that keep man a slave to their masters on this planet. I have opened your hands to the universe. And I took a lot. And taking a lot has given you the freedom of the knowledge and technology. And do not, to all the Keshe Foundations around the world, do not be bothered by a few writings of those who their plan from the beginning was for the technology to never come out. They are sold their souls to the master of evils. And we see it. Don't understand fear-mongering. We've seen a lot, especially in past 2 or 3 weeks. This is this is that. If it is, if it was wrong, the governments who understand it won't allow it. It's certified. And the knowledge seekers come here to learn from it, to take it to their nations and to their heart. Technology is complete. Technology has shown itself across the world. It's not the first time we show it. How many of you have saved your lives with Corona using it? How many of you have developed other things and tested it? Fear-mongering is the behavior of the thug leaders and those who want to capture humanity in the hands of their masters to be a slave. I give you the knowledge to free the man. And this freedom has to be appreciated, that the same way as created knowledge and released it freely, you appreciate it and carry it on. Anyone creates a condition of fear or try to make you afraid of, those are those who sold their body and their soul to the masters of evil, because now they lose control. Because true knowledge brings freedom, and I've given you the true knowledge for you to test, not just because I say so. The setup here is to gear for the next step, and then in a way, these are the simple ways that you see that the system now, we see emotion of the gases in the balls in a specific way we said, which means when the system starts running, we can put a person in it now interacts with the body. As they are made of the natural processes, natural materials can only bring balance. You got a cancer, it brings balance. You got emotional problem, it brings balance. And those who are here to serve humanity extend their work and their time to spread the knowledge. Those who have sold their soul and body to the what we call the evil forces on this planet, they call it everything wrong. And we've never seen so much success coming one after another with Keshe Foundation than in past 2 months, 3 months. But we got rid of the evil forces within the foundation, those who betrayed us heavily inside. The exhibition brings those who come here peace, because it's confirmation of technology, it's confirmation of the truth which they come in. Development and showing of it in the further steps as we are testing more and more will bring the confirmation of freedom that everyone can reach it. Testing the flight system in the coming days, what we call, we show the car, flying car is not to show us the car can fly. It shows that we become free from the shackles of the fuel. We can create a new environment. To me, when I show the what we call the car which is flies, is to show that we are free. We don't damage this planet anymore. That's the purpose of it. It costs you a few $100. You take out the engine out of the car, you take out the exhaust system out of the car, you throw out the fuel tank, and what does it give you? You have electric cars. You actually burn the fuel somewhere else. You haven't stopped burning, you haven't stopped damaging. Throw the engine out, electric or mechanical or whatever. Place very small. I tell you what you will receive. The new system for cars will be, is the camera on? It'll be something like this. Very simple. You replace it in where your shock absorbers are, and one in the center. You can get it? Or do you want me to move? Yeah? Are you at it? You're on it? I can see it. This is what it'll be. It'll replace in the position of your shock absorbers, because they're in the four corners, it brings a balance. There is one in the center. And then it allows you to achieve a slight lift from the ground. These were the systems which in 2011, in November, were supposed to be shown in Eindhoven. Nothing has changed, but now we are better developed and better equipped to show this. So it costs you very little. You take a shock absorber, you throw it in a bin, as you saw in the car in what do you call the flying car. You take your engine, you throw it in. You actually can take whatever with a good body, and you have a car. You have a system that it can move you and take you to places. How fast do you think people who spend, was it about 1/10 of every family income spent on the fuel and car and everything else, now becomes availability of the funds to the family to live a better luxury, a better freedom, a better comfort. Because these systems, you buy another car, you just replace it, you take the shock absorber out and you put it in its position. With the electric cars, we created more damage than we actually did with the petrol cars, because now we hide it and we use more energy to create, we burn more fuel to create the same energy. So we are progressively going in that way. It's to understand the reality of what this technology will bring, and how it will open us for next step of technology development, and how we're going to do it, and the way we're going to do it. If you remember, I post you a few pictures in a minute. This is what you should see in your cars, and what it should be available to all of us. You will see, I'll show you the first flying car, which was supposed to be shown in Eindhoven. And some of you have seen it. I'll post it for you that you see exactly how your car will look. You will do this to your car, and you will be happy to do this to your car. Because first of all, not only you don't pay the fuel, you become very much aware that you've done yourself and your planet a service. This is how it will be in a very, very short time. You'll be happy the way I was to rip this thing apart. And you'll be more than happy to see the pictures I see. And this is not a dream. This is what it was ready to be shown in what I call Eindhoven 11 years ago. We were sold out from inside, and it took us 11 years to come back in. And this is what you will do with yourself and your car. First of all, you take your engine out and throw it away, because there is no need for it. The central column chassis to the back axle, not needed. There it goes, half of the weight of the car. Then that's where you see the central column is gone. This is the first flying car was set to be shown on 26th of November in Eindhoven. On 25th, somebody gave them a tip off and they came in. I wonder who and how much we believed in lies. And now this is what you see in the back of the car. The fuel tank and everything else you don't need. You will do this to your car and you'll be happy to do it. Because you will replace it, as I showed you, with a Coca-Cola size, on the shock absorber size, and done. In the coming weeks, when we show the flying system, it's much easier for us to fly it because 80% of the weight is thrown out. The biggest weight of the body will be the shell and the chairs you sit in, and yourselves. You still have the Rolls Royce. You still drive your Mini, but Mini with nothing in it. Miniaturized in every shape or form. This is the evolution in the science. And in fact, if you look, can you zoom on this? Can you zoom on this one here? This is exactly what you will get. You all know this, and this is what you will be doing. Exactly the same process. You create this levitation, as is the moon, between the Earth and the car. And as you see with the UFO. And this is the beauty of the knowledge. We move from matter state flotation into magnetic gravitational positioning of the car in respect to the Earth. This is what all of you have to live with in the coming days and months. And once we show it, it'll be shown in the exhibition in Linz. And as I said to the people who own this place, I said, we show the car and then we take it and put it on the balcony for the night. And then we bring it down the next day. Automotive industry will change beyond recognition in the next 12 months. This will create new jobs, new understanding, new technologies, new inroads into other achievements for humanity. I wonder how much would worth the place of the fuel stations in city centers and around the world when nobody needs them anymore. There's no fuel to tank. And most of the fuel stations are in the prime positions, most of the places. They make a beautiful supermarket, some of them. As a man who used to be involved in the oil industry, It's in a way sad to see, but it's beautiful to understand the change brings many things in. Any other question?
I'd like to read something from the Q&A here from Paula, and it's quite appropriate, I think. She says, greetings and salutations, Mr. Keshe. Speaking to the universal acquisition of knowledge through GANs exposure, I must share at the marvel I have as I watch my Down syndrome daughter ever expanding her horizon, and this week has started teaching herself Spanish to my amazement. The noticeable difference in her being from exposure to Ganses and how she uses them when she feels she needs them has been intuitive and appropriate for pain, protection, and learning. Thank you and bless. So I wanted to put that in as you're mentioning the different applications of the technologies and so on. So
This is what we see when the souls are elevated. The physicality follows. When you get to the people at this level, it's not that we see them just change. We see them that they elevate, we elevate their souls with what we make available to them, and the souls bring the change. Man has to understand the truth and what sits behind it. It's not a medicine. It's conditions like this, it comes through an interaction of the soul of the man. And now, when you allow them, the soul needs and physicality provides. And this is the truth. This is what you have to learn. The Ganses create that environment that the soul elevates. And with elevation of the soul needs the new condition for the physicality. We've seen that with the number of the children in a test trial in the orphanage. And more or less all elevate the same level. And they all decide not to. Most probably in the next 6 weeks, we have none of them ever wearing Pampers. As gradually the elevation comes in the condition of the physicality and delivery of it. And it's beautiful to see. I know how parents think when they see these things. I've been witness to many autistic people changing their lives with the Ganses and technology. One of the people who helped us a lot with the hardware, with his sister having an autistic child, when I told them, when they came to me in February, and I told them, have the child ready to go to a proper school by September, they could not believe it. A 10-year-old boy could do such a thing as being autistic in a handicapped school in a wheelchair. Now, 12 months later, he's actually got accepted to go to a proper school, schooling, like not the handicap side, and then going swimming himself every day, walking a kilometer or two to go for swimming and come back home. And I said to the parents, I promised, I kept to my promise. They got their child back. They got the child who's responsible for itself. And this is part of what we say, this technology works through the soul of the man. And the physicality follows. When you see, I get somebody moved in China from the chair, is I elevate the soul. Physicality has no option. It was my wish for him to walk, and he walked. The Chinese always want me back there because when you come, they change. Because I elevate their soul and they look to see what the machine does in physicality. That's why in these machines, the two systems here, we embedded part of my vision soul, and the head of the Keshe Foundation of the same. We reach the soul. You look at the physicality of the motors. So it means a lot not understood. It's beautiful to see. When you change a life of a child, you change a life of a family, you change a life of pain and suffering to joy and happiness. This child has got another 50, 60, 80 years to live. You give him or her the gift of life. And that's the responsibility of every one of us, to create that condition. Any other question?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
This voice we know. This is Wang Lin from Tibet.
Yes, we are heading to a snow mountain.
Have you shaved your head yet?
Not yet. We don't need.
Would you like to explain to us where you are? You're with a bunch of knowledge seekers from China.
Oh yes, actually, bunch of knowledge seekers. And I want to tell you, your recipe for the high altitude reaction is very well.
Is it?
Yes, one of our knowledge seekers, she starting to like kind of breathing. Her lips change to like black, or what do you say?
Pink.
Purple.
The purple, yeah.
Yeah. And she cannot climb, and after that, because we don't take that with us, and in the night I ask her to breathing and drink, and now we are in about 5,000 meter height here. We are heading to a snow mountain, and there that is also a energy point. You know, we do a lot of crazy things.
Your Keshe Foundation followers, yeah.
Yeah, and we got our gold lotus. So now we understand what those teaching in the Buddhism about the lotus. Actually, it's a spaceship, the soul spaceship, and we know we got that. So it's amazing. A lot of things happened. I just cannot explain you in one word, but I just want to let you know how exciting we are, and thank you so much for the beautiful teaching today, because we are built the communication between the earth to the universe, different dimension. So I believe all your wishes will come. All your technology will be manifest soon.
When are you shaving your head? When you become a monk? Or that's not on the plan?
That's not in plan in this life. That's past lives. I think I have enough experience for that. So next time I want to become like a star warrior. Okay.
Enjoy yourself. You got to realize, as you, Wang Lin is one of the two heads of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. It's a national holiday this week. It's an autumn national holiday in China for 7 days. And the Chinese travel everywhere in this holiday to be and to see. And it was a pleasure to be there a couple of years ago during these national holidays, and you feel it when you're there. And in that process, everybody moves back to family or go to see places. And Wang Lin and the knowledge seekers have decided to go to Tibet to become monks or to learn more about it. Thank you very much. We got to learn each other's lecture culture. and understand it. And Chinese have a beautiful culture. It's just for the West, it's hard to understand. And hopefully will become assets and the beauty to our race as a human race when we mix all the colors and the races together. Thank you very much, Wang Lin. Enjoy your holiday, or you're becoming a Buddhist, or you're a Buddhist teacher anyway, and becoming a monk.
Thank you, thank you. So this time I became a monk from universe and teach cash technology.
Give my regard to the rest of the knowledge seekers with you. They have a young boy with them. They have a beautiful young boy with them in this trip. Thank you very much, Wang Lin. Wish you a safe journey. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Any other question?
Well, we have Beatrice with a hand up here, and who also had a couple of questions in the Q&A. So if she could go ahead and ask personally, that would be best. And then after that, we have somebody with a name who starts with A, who you know, and we'll let him speak. Go ahead, Beatrice. You'll have to open your microphone to unmute your microphone.
Está pronto. Adiós.
Hello?
¿Alguna otra pregunta? Tenemos acá a Beatriz con algunas preguntas, así que...
Spanish. John, are you in the background? You could translate. Do we have any from the Spanish-speaking community who could translate for us?
If so, just put your hand up if you're an attendee, and we can let you speak. Dan, can you do Spanish? Not sure. I think maybe he does Romanian. Can you do Spanish, Dan?
I can try. Good morning.
Okay, close enough. Beatrice, can you go ahead, Beatrice? What is it you, or whoever it is at that end? Can you go ahead and say what you'd like to say?
Beatriz, ¿puedes comprobar de las preguntas? Puedes preguntar.
¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Es que en el grupo de español está cerrado mi micrófono.
It's because in the Spanish group I have the microphone mute. Beatriz, diga la pregunta.
Puse dos en el chat para mis... la pregunta era qué tipo de mente es la que va a poder despegar las naves. Lo puse en el chat.
She have the question put in the chat, and she say what is the difference between the mind for making the ship?
Yes.
Yeah, the question in the chat. The question in the chat that she had is, I have a question. What kind of mind is going to be able to operate those ships?
Human mind. Anybody can.
Todos puedo crear.
You have to have the ethos, understanding within inner existence of peace. That's one of the prime conditions. any fields. You cannot use this technology for harming.
Can you translate that, Dan, please?
Yes, I think it's in the Spanish group is making the translation in the instantaneo, but yes, I try. Mr. Keshe, sorry, señor Keshe ha dicho que para tener un ethos correcto, justo, es no es para crear la guerra, no para ser correcto. Con ethos correcto, justo. Toda la mente lo puedo crear.
Ok. Y otra pregunta o duda que tenía es ¿en qué forma van a salir los seres humanos si están dentro de las máquinas para ir a otro lugar? ¿Perder masa, hacer como un campo de torsión, perder masa y volverse como plasma para salir?
What is needed to making the man in the enhancement unit for travel? It's needed to lose the mass.
Can you repeat?
What is needed for making the man in the enhancement unit is needed to lose the mass, like a weight.
Why? Why?
¿Por qué? Pregunta, señor.
Yeah, ¿por qué? Por favor.
Es una pregunta, no sé cómo puede. En las máquinas van a perder materia, masa, y crear un estado de plasma para poder salir. Es la pregunta, la duda.
The question is, I'm wrong. I translate wrong. It's not about the man for losing the mass. It's how is the machine, the auto, is losing the mass for flying.
We don't lose mass. Go back to the teaching. We create gravitational magnetic field strength positioning in respect to the Earth or any position in the universe.
Ritornar a las lecciones precedentes es un campo magnético y gravitacional para crear la condición.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Beatrice. We have a hand up here from Dean, our secret spy from the UK. Not so secret anymore. Perhaps you can go ahead there now, Dean.
He can't spy this time. I'm on top of him.
Mr. Kesh, thank you for taking this question. So the car, you spoke about the car. So you picked up a bottle of water and you said that water can fuel the car. So if you...
No, we don't fuel the car. We create magnetic positioning in each bottle or the system in respect to Earth. There's no fueling, it's positioning. So you never run out of fuel.
Okay, so I understand that. What I was trying to get to was the car itself is a matter state vehicle. And let's say the water, the plasma water, if you elevate the soul of the water or connect with the soul of the water, does that matter state vehicle have the potential to travel the universe?
Possible. It depends on the depth of your knowledge. If you can understand it, and you can do it, yes.
So the vehicle could be, we have the shape of a car or a truck or any matter state vehicle that you can imagine, or could it be anything? Could you literally the chair you're sat in, could that be turned into a traveling device?
In reality, yes.
You mentioned the Boeing airplanes, I think, or jetliners in general as a good starting point. Take the wings off, and you have a pretty good platform to start with.
Yeah, you can do a lot of things with this. It's just understanding the essence of the knowledge. As I said, you can fly with one atom. If you understand the power of that atom, what it can create and what it can take within it. How much you can expand the energy fields of that atom in respect to its environment, and then use it for motion and what do you call, even feeding. Man will come to understand more and more if we tell you, if you remember something which puzzled Rick very earlier on with the technology. I said one atom can cover the whole of a solar system. So if you understand that, you can imagine what is the energies within the structure of that atom. This is what I call the wheel of Keshe Foundation. You carry the field forces of it, and the interaction of the field forces create that direction and position.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for answering that question. That was all for now. Thank you. It's sort of
Thank you very much.
explained everything I already know. Thank you.
Okay, so how much more do you want to spy while you're here? How much do you get paid to do this?
Well, I get paid by my soul, Mr. Keshe. The payback
No, I don't think
this.
so. It's something they're paying you something more from the. What? How come you only report to Rick's teaching?
I don't know. I had a deep connection with Rick a long time ago. I started interacting with the Reactor group, and Rick and the group taught me many beautiful things that enhanced my understanding in a matter state to begin with. But then with your teachings, it soon changed to the soul teachings, and it's sort of I don't know. It's just the way it evolved. Is the way the process worked for me.
So you train your spy as well, Rick. You got hold of me, now you got hold of him. Who's next?
You never know. They come out of the woodwork.
Any other question?
We did have Armin with his hand up for a while there.
He gave up?
No, but I think he's
still there. His hand is up, but he's fallen asleep.
Nah, I don't think so.
He's awake. He's awake. Good morning, Armanja.
Good morning, Meron. How are you?
Still alive. Which is a good sign up to now.
I have one question.
Yep.
You know that Azerbaijan started a war in Armenia.
Yep.
And thousands of dying every day.
Yep.
How we can help?
Pray for the soul of the leaders. The thing is, there is no, according to the statistics and security report, not many people have died. This is a lot of banging.
No, you know, I talk Armenian.
There is there is exaggeration in numbers. Yeah, the exaggeration in numbers creates fear. And
it's
pray
reality,
for pray for the soul of the two leaders. We're going to see the same thing if Ukraine pushes further. but there is no backing for this. It's just a local mishmash of piece of land. Has not got
No,
any
it's a
support.
Tur-
Hello.
actually Turkish people, they provoked it
This
when
hasn't got an
Azerbaijan started the
international,
war.
it has no international backing. It's just a couple of leaders locally bashing each other for a piece of land, which was left territorially independent in a, what they call no man's land between the two nations. This is not a war. This is a what they call it, a mishmash for a few days and it's over. Nobody is there to do anything with it. Nobody is prepared to do anything with it. It's just one leader trying to assert his position. This is what we say leaders have not to be there. This is not a war. This is just a local skirmish by one leader who's trying to find position. There is a back to this because in general, the state of Israel has pushed into support of for that because part of this section in essence carries a number of ex-USSR military bases, Air Force bases, which is used by the Israeli Secret Service and Americans to create mayhem training in China, in Iran and Middle East. There is more to this. This is not a war. This is something that needs to be cleared out because the Israelis wanted this area cleared that they can do their work without anybody knowing what's going on.
But they are providing with all the arms. It's Israeli
The arms have
arms.
been there. The arms have been there for months. We have a security report over 3 years ago. We were expecting, this is not a war. This is just trying to, the Israelis are using the airports which are left from the USSR time, training Chinese, Mongolians, some Turkish Iranians to infiltrate Iran and China to create a lot of work. This area, that's why I tell you this is nothing. This is without even considered as a war. And they received the backing of the Turkey in exchange for the Syrian backing. I watched this movement where Keshe Foundation has got people on the ground. We know exactly what's going on. And this is not a war. This is part of the Israeli program, training area they want to clear because they train a lot of Chinese who go back to what we see in Hong Kong, what we see in China, what we see now, training Iranian Turks to start problems, not Iranian Turks, Turks speaking Farsi, to start problem in Iran. This is part of that program. And it's been going on. It's well known by us. We have debriefed national securities of a number of nations on this. No, we were expecting this. This is just part of the work of the Israeli forces to have total control in that side with the support of the Turkish to be able to destabilize, especially Kazakhstan at the moment. We are very well aware of this work. It's not considered in no shape or form war. It's hardware given to clean up that. It's the responsibility of Iran national security, Chinese, and what we call the Silk Road to see an end in the use of these air bases. Because it's the other ground for training, speaking, not the nationals, and sending back into, especially we see a lot of problem with the Chinese west border with Kazakhstan and China. I have debriefed Chinese national security thoroughly about this some time ago. Don't forget, Keshe Foundation has supporters at the highest level and are same believers and ethos of us as peace. So we collect continuous, we are given continuous data about these movements about peace because we keep an eye to see, to understand, and we correctly share with the national securities. Iranian national security is fully aware of this move, what Turks are doing in these northern borders that are away from Iranian border, training Turkish language speaking, not the Iranian Turks. Iranian Turks stay solid behind the nation. They are part of the nation. These are the people exactly what they did in Libya. A few Italian-speaking people started a revolution, and now Israelis want to do the same in Iran. And they've been supported, financial support received by Saudi Arabia to do this. I know I speak, but we are fully debriefed on regular basis in this area, because the Turks work right across Silk Road, all the way from Turkey right through to China, west coast of China, has got a huge Muslim population. I warned the Chinese national security some times ago that this is happening now. When you see it and you get excited because you're Armenian, but overall this is a bigger plan by Israel and the British government to destabilize the Silk Road, which is becoming a power force. I have debriefed both nations heavily on this. Number of Central Asian countries have debriefed at the national security levels. We know what it is. This is not a war. We don't consider, nobody considers a war. It's except Israelis want those two military air forces which are left abandoned, now is used heavily by the Israelis. They should be closed. And this is the job of Russia to say this to be closed. We don't understand why Putin doesn't interfere and shut these things down.
Actually, they took their forces, Russian forces, through Iran because Georgia didn't allow. So
yes. They should have done this a long time ago. You got to understand, Georgia carries a heavily large number of Jews. Georgia is extensively Jewish state. Most of the Jews in Tel Aviv are from Georgia. My grandparents, my great-grandparents left Georgia to Iran. So in a way, Georgia is well protected by the state. They understand this situation. The politics of the Middle East and Central Asia has been something I've kept an eye on for years. I work in this area. What has happened, and this one of these bases are used heavily by Israeli intelligence to train people from the west border of China to create mayhem there. They are training terrorists to go that way. We are aware of it. We are fully aware of what's going on. And same Chinese. All data has been given to the Chinese authorities 2 years ago. And some of the people you see in Hong Kong are trained in these bases. Don't worry, it's a short term. You know how I work. I'm keep a lot of knowledge, but very silent. But don't worry about it. This is a skirmish which Turks are creating in the favor of the Israeli forces. And for all the Middle Eastern forces are keeping an eye on these bases and people who travel in it. It's becoming a place to train terrorists by the Israelis to destabilize Silk Road. Silk Road has become one of the major routes of economy for China. And if it's disturbed, serves the benefits of the Western Europe and America. You got to understand, even the enhancement units you see on this floor, we load at the factory, 14 days later, delivered in our factory, everything done. Chinese have developed an amazing delivery system, and with it are bringing a lot of prosperity for the nations on the Silk Road. Now, if you want to ship these enhancement units from China to Europe, it takes 6-8 weeks, port to port and everything else. They pick it up from us at the factory. They deliver to us at the factory. Everything, duty, taxes paid, 14 days. It's an economical route they're trying to disturb, to damage the economy and integrity of the state of China. Because there is something a lot of us have to understand, and living in China for such a long time, and I loved the country and the way the leadership looks after its people in so many ways, not always correct in all the ways, is that the Chinese developed their nations over 30 years. They had to develop such a big nation to such a state as we see with all these biggest high-rise factories and buildings and such a beautiful cities, they ran out of work. They ran out of building because they built whatever they could build. So what was the initiative by President Xi of China? His Excellency President Xi made it very clear, we are not shutting these building companies down and losing so much job. He created One Belt One Road to create and invest what expertise they had in construction across the world. He built many ports. He built what we call Belt and Road, and many of these things. And with it, brought a lot of prosperity and freedom from control of other countries in the economy of the China. So these industrial powerhouses of construction, they put, with the support of Chinese, into constructing the Silk Road. All aspects of it, ports across the world. We've seen it in Nairobi. The port of Nairobi was built. We've seen how they invested in what they call it, Paris of Africa. And wherever the Chinese went, they brought prosperity because they put what we call the massive industrial building structure behind it. With it, they brought economical disaster as well. But in so many ways, the Chinese factories, manufacturing of the building, the construction companies became the construction of the world around the world with the backing of the Chinese Central Bank. And the whole purpose, mainly of One Belt One Road, was to keep the construction companies of China in operation while they could find another solution. Because they built the China to its maximum. The only thing which is now left, they're building massive amount of high-speed train, 350 kilometers an hour, right across China. The rest of the country is built, all the ports are built. So now the Western nations, through the state of Israel, because they are the proxy for murder for most of the nations, have built this center in what we call in Azerbaijan. This center was built about 4 years ago. We kept an eye on it. We received reports, we received satellite reports. And we watched it, and we have fully debriefed the security, national security of China about it, and they're keeping an eye. We know who's traveling, they are watching everything else. And the same with Iran. These don't forget, we learned from it when the British with 20 Italians started a coup d'etat in Libya, and they got rid of the Gaddafi. 20 Italians are speaking Arabic, they caused the mayhem, and now they want to use the same thing in Iran, in Tajikistan, in Kazakhstan, to destabilize Silk Road. And west borders of the China with Kazakhstan. I have offices, I've had offices in Kazakhstan since 1992. I'm well connected inside Kazakhstan work. We're keeping an eye on all this. My offices in Almaty goes to 1992, and we have a well-rooted connection within the structure. We watch everything. I told you I'm most unusual businessman, scientist, and everything else because I've been working across this planet, understanding the cultures, so that when the time comes, we can deliver. I have a massive company on these borderlines. I invested the way I invested in Keshe Foundation. I've invested in Kazakhstan. I've invested in other parts of the Silk Road. These are all beautiful people. They have a deep culture. They all speak Farsi, for to me is part of my culture. I understand. I worked in Kazakhstan since 1991-92. I entered Kazakhstan with the support of British structure, Lonrho Group, and I built an empire there. The same as I did in Africa and other parts of the world. I didn't go in, I went in to understand that in the future what can be done and how can be supported. And when we give you information, I give you how deep my connections are. "30 years.
No mistake. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Armaj. I wish you all the best. Any other question?
I believe Jalal has his hand up there, but
the spine number 2.
I will be with you in 1 minute, please. I have work background.
You see, we expose his hand, he's running away. Now he's busy. Next question.
Okay, well, we have still a number of questions in the Q&A. Let me see. Well, let's just start at the top. Thomas says, can we expand on the Linz to Tehran to Arizona exhibition plans?
Tehran is in the hand of the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. They're negotiating with the universities and officials that these systems will be shown in Tehran. I have given my comment. Initially, we were supposed to do this in Tehran. These enhancement units were supposed to be completed, shipped to Iran. Then we saw the bunch of things which happened again by the back of spies of the Belgium in Iran trying to disturb and distract the work of the Keshe Foundation in Iran. We pulled it out. And now we go back to Iran, to the Sharif Tehran University, where this is where I did the original research of the development to show the beauty of the technology. And our team in Iran are working on it. And hopefully, once it's completed, the units will be lifted to Tehran for 2 weeks, shown in Iran as a development and achievement of the Iranian scientists, and be brought back to Linz, the home of the technology. And then in Arizona, we don't need to take these because already 12 units is allocated to the position. We just show the power of it and the technology. Listen to the Keshe Foundation next week, and all your knowledge seekers consolidate with each other in different ways. We can make it available, one city, one system to be delivered. It's you who's got to facilitate. Keshe Foundation, Austria will facilitate the rest. So we made it as simple as it could be done, and we have the facility to do so. Just listen next week, and it'll be announced by the head of Keshe Foundation. It's their responsibility as they control this part of the work, not mine. I just tell you how they see it and how they want it to be done. And as she said, they need it till next week to plan it out. Then you will hear it, and we will have a show in every city, as I say.
Good day, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good day, Jalal.
How are you, Mr. Keshe?
Not too bad. Did you report everything? By the way, I still keep your €100 in my pocket. Huh? It's very precious.
Thank you very much. I wished for that you keep it.
Depends if you go for lunch today, we have to spend it.
I know, you know, I really did want to invite you just now to lunch, but you are always ahead of me. Mr. Keshe,
Did you enjoy the Chinese?
Yeah, it was beautiful. The company, Mr. Keshe, and it's beautiful. So today, who is asking 2 questions. This is remarkable if you see it. So I have 2 questions. You already answered one of my questions, and the second.
So you have 1 question.
Yes, I have only one. It's not for me. It's not me who asked this question. Yesterday, by the way, Dean, you problem makers, thank you very much to put me in this position as a spy, but it's worth. Yesterday in the RIC workshop, I think Dr. Stephen has asked a question about the selling of the goodies there in the exhibition, and especially the ganses. When we see the ganses, it's all all sort of ganses, and the question was due to their property. Can anyone use them without knowledge, or he must have a little bit knowledge in
Or
purchase them?
what?
And the bottles of ganses which we are selling in the expedition.
Yeah, what do you want to do with them?
No, he asked if is it everyone can buy it without knowledge.
Yes, yes, of course. But that's why we put it for sale. You can wash it and understand what you do with it.
So that was his question, in due to its property, and we see there is the deuterium and tritium and folic acid and all of the sort of these ganses. So if you
Can you repeat?
how much you pay?
You can have your €100 back.
Yesterday there was a question of that ganses, is it appropriate to sell for everyone? And
The ones which we have in the center is made through the processes which made in our factory, and is put as it is. Some of them you never seen before. Some of them are unusual to have. About 6 or 7 we decided is good to be in public and to be there, to be done. And people are buying it according to what they want. Some of it even, I know people buying it because of the gorgeous color of it. But if you understand what you're buying it for, what purpose is there to serve that purpose. The range of them is from I'll walk into them that you can understand it. We have deuterium, we have copper of life 1, we got folic acid, we got cobalt, we got omega-3, we got selenium, we got magnesium, calcium, CuO, ZnO, CH3 and CO2. And strange enough, the folic acid is depleting very rapidly because it's feeding the others by its nature.
yeah, and that was his question about the folic acid. But,
yeah.
It's okay if someone purchases.
Yes, but you understand, whatever we put here is manufactured by the way we do it and is as it is.
Okay, thank you. Back to
It's
my
a
question
colorful
now.
tray. Yeah.
Back to my question.
Back to your
question. You said 2 similar plasmas or near enough similar plasmas can interact.
Yeah.
So whatever we have in our environment, it's come from the same plasma?
Plasma of the sun, yes.
Okay. Is there, can we see a different culture of plasma interact with each other?
What do you mean?
Or can another plasma which have different creation interact with another plasma? Or it
Of
must
course.
be similar or near similar?
If they have a similar strength field, they always interact.
Okay. And
you have to have if you have a small window of time that they can interact, that they can understand or make a connection, then they do. You can change the dimensions of it. This is what scientifically we explained. You fall in love maximum for 5 years unless you renew it. Because in those 5 years, it takes us, as we said, the oldest part of the body of the man is 9 years old because it gets renewed. The emotion part of the man within the structure of the cell of the physicality says about 5 years. And then if you don't renew it, if you don't extend it, if you don't confirm to it, it vanishes. That's why a lot of people fall out of love, because it's the way it is. Even emotion has a time lapse because it's a field dependent. And then it has a peak of interaction, and then it's the peak of balance, and then the diminution is still there. It's the same even with pain.
So when
yes.
So when we have the amino acid, for example, it's all dependent on the strength from the same plasma.
Same strength could be different plasmas.
So is the amino acid different plasmas?
Yes. Different carbons, different strength, nitrogen, different strength, everything. Of course it is.
It's not necessarily coming from the same
Doesn't
creator,
need to.
the sun.
No.
Doesn't need to.
No,
Okay.
doesn't need to. Doesn't
Well,
need to.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. And look at my chair, number 8. I'm sitting there.
It's empty. Today we didn't announce anyone to be here for the auditorium to be free. We are open. We open the exhibition only on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Monday and Thursday we try to keep it for teaching and testing. And we set different conditions for it.
You are lucky, Mr. Cash. You get rid of me so quick.
Oh, that's another point. But we have set things up. We are testing different things of this system, and as I said, when it's opened up to public, we open it to public. The systems will be, when we go into full test, we close all the systems. So we hold the field's interaction inside. We know roughly what to expect, what to see, and gradually build up to it. But we'll see.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cash. I appreciate it.
You want to send us a car without the engine that we can fit it?
I am thinking about it. I have a lot of cars here in the background.
That's what I asked. No, we'll do it because.
Actually, Jay, I think it was, from England, there had a DeLorean lined up.
Is this still there? Can we have it? We are ready for it.
Well, you would have to get a hold of Jay. I banned him some time ago. We would have to reinitiate him and so on.
If you still got it, it will be easy to see if we can fly it.
Maybe Dean can make contact with him and get a hold of that. It's possible.
Well, we are ready. As I said, we have even asked the organizers of this exhibition center, and the month of January is allocated for us at the moment. If we achieve the point, we will show it. And you know, Keshe Foundation, we might do it before or after. Depends on a lot of things. But primarily we are hoping to be able to show what you call a flying machine, what we call a space system, in January in Linz. And what we call the organizers of the auditorium have already earmarked this, and they were so pleased to hear that it is going to be done. It brings a lot of people back into exhibition. As you know, no exhibition is taking place. It's very funny. People have called the exhibition center literally trying to get this done. They say the more they call, the more we know how good you are, how correct you are. And it's good. And the head of the section, what do you call it, the exhibition, he's very nice, and he believes, and the mayor now, they believe in technology has to be here and brings new dimension. You got to understand that Keshe Foundation Austria is investing in factories here. We become part of the structure of the employment. We bring wealth to the nation and the city. and no one listens to a bunch of rogues and bewitches. And we will here we see within the next couple of weeks and months that the factories will be announced and employments will take place. We expect to employ hundreds of people in the coming months across Linz and city of Linz to introduce the new technologies, because these machines also have to be assembled in different shape or form. We need a space and labor force. And there's nothing better than what I call German precision, which runs in the Austrian structure. And we will see the new factories, as same as in China. Wang Ling can tell you the factory is set up in parallel, set up here in assembling up the other parts, and that's how you receive it.
Well, we have a number of car questions here.
Yes.
Maybe we can quickly answer. I know we're getting toward the end of the show here.
Yes.
Bernie is asking, no, sorry, it's Randy says, how do the cars provide heat or cooling for the passengers inside the car?
Hair dryer.
Okay. You just put on the heat part or just the blower, depending on
Yeah, hair dryer. Yeah. We use the hair dryer for change of direction. Why not inside the car?
Okay, it could double as the propulsion as well.
Yep.
Then. And well, I know you've answered that kind of question before, that the Ganses and how you can create an atmosphere of heating or cooling with various structures and so
Yeah,
on.
Keshe Foundation in the coming weeks or months, I should say, we start work on it. Done by Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria. We will deliver a package. It's like a small bag of materials you mix with any paint, and this creates a lot of changes with the heat and other atmospheric condition. We have a company which has taken what do you call it, the banner of delivering it across Europe for us, and we are waiting for our factory to be completed that we can deliver the material. You buy a sachet and you add this sachet into your paint. It's not Ganses, it's a material which you produce, and then you add to the paint, and that will give you a lot of things in the house.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be marketed by this company. The company has been a big supporter of the Keshe Foundation from the beginning, and the owner was here last week, and we started the process. They started the process, and we carry on doing that.
Okay, a couple more quick car questions here. Antonio asks, Mr. Keshe, as an organic farmer, will this be adaptable to my tractor and still be strong enough to pull and tow?
I don't know. How many cars do you have to push it? But it works, yeah, should.
Doug asks, how can we recycle the unnecessary parts of the car? Do we just sell them to the wrecking
Build
shop?
another car. Melt it and build another one. No, but I think it's the same as we go through this. This is evolution in the system. We have to do it. It has to come. This is what I said. We had a choice to piecemeal this technology, or as I said, we taught for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Now the delivery of the technology we put to enhancement, it'll come very rapidly, one after another. In a way, we punch drunk the world with a new technology. That there is no time to do other things. The space, energy, construction, computers, one after another will be released. And you all seen it, it's just now you see how to make it.
Well, what about the all the leftover stuff, say computers are suddenly obsolete. We have these huge piles. Is there a plasma?
What did we do?
Plasmasizer.
What did we do with the steam
Well,
engines when the other ones came in?
Well, they probably recycled the steel and made more big, heavy steel-based things like railway tracks and so on.
Ask yourself a question. Ask yourself a well. Let me put something different angle to it. Now that we are bringing these machines in, do we need any more bridges? Is there any need for a bridge?
Well, that's another. How do you get rid of a bridge?
The bridge you just leave it there and build houses on it.
You need a plasmasizer that you just throw all this stuff in, and it instantly makes it into plasma, and then we can create anything out of it or transmute those elements.
You got to understand in the coming time, maybe 5-10 years, do we have any need for refineries? Refineries are heavily invested, billions of dollars in them. Do we need them? Look at the other side of it. Do we need airports? Do we need Boeing or European aircraft manufacturing? There is a lot of changes. It's not just one or two, and I've decided to release massive amount of technology in a very compact time. And the knowledge is ours, we can do. And I have a gorgeous team with me who can do it. We have everything in position to deliver.
That was another question from Thomas. We can tick this one off. The flying cars in the different countries and in the US, who will produce and distribute these?
We'll come to an arrangement. We have started a franchise structure in Keshe Foundation. We give our knowledge on a condition of franchise that Keshe Foundation Austria will get the benefit of it all. It's just the way it is because I own 100% of it on behalf of the worldwide population. Keshe Foundation Austria has now become the backbone of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. And it's been set that way to protect all the interests of the Keshe Foundation in all the nations. And what we call the government of Austria is fully aware of our operation. We tried to set this up in Italy. We got betrayed by those who went there deliberately using their physicality to disturb others, and they sold the foundation with their body and physicality, and now we brought everything solid in the state, in the nation of Austria. And we are solid where we are, and we transferred all the rights into working with one company, mother company of the Keshe Foundation, officially sits with the Keshe Foundation Austrian Manufacturing, which is holding all interests around the world. And as a manufacturing, it'll be kept as assets of the worldwide population. The foundation has no foundation. The foundation is just a name to bring us together. And the Keshe Foundation Manufacturing as a company is 100% owned, and all the companies around the world we work with is owned under my name or the Foundation Austria Manufacturing. We had to do this to stop the thuggery which was going on. We were aware of it will be done one day, and now it's shown its head. So foundation has no value as ownership. It owns nothing. And the intellectual rights of it belongs to all of us. I was aware that this position might rise, and my advisors and lawyers and accountants years ago foresaw this happening, and we set it up that it cannot happen. My assets through a tight agreement stays mine and stays to, you know, what we call to the older nation. Keshe Foundation is a name on the internet and a foundation as a charity in Holland. And if you can value a charity and share it, then charity has no meaning. You cannot split the charity because you work to see it, but something happens. And so all the volunteers you can book in for all I Did a Worth Foundation is a non-profitable organization was kept the ethos and has been financed primarily by me over years through my other businesses. And we thought this might take place, and we covered the Keshe Foundation fully as a manufacturing by name. And we are well protected. Any other question?
We have many questions in the Q&A, Mr. Keshe. We have Marinez with her hand up. Maybe we can allow her to...
Who else before Marinez? We are passing 4 hours limit.
Yeah, that's all. That's it. Then we could end now if you wish.
Yeah, let's finish it now and then we can go through it. I would like to, in a way, in a summary, to tell you what today's teaching is, or has been. Keshe Foundation has moved into a new space, universal system development and sharing. And you will see new computers coming out from the Keshe Foundation, and then it will be followed worldwide. You will see flying cars, which as we call it, gravitational maglev systems, which will be, we have booked for January to be shown. 11 years we had to wait, or sorry, 9 years we had to wait, more or less to the date if we can do it. If I can get it up and running by 26th of November, we'll have a celebration day. In a way, a smack in the mouth of the Belgians authorities who blocked it that day. 9 years later, we're going to show it. And in that process, we don't need any flight, what we call certificate. It has immensely bothered me for 9 years. The technology could save this planet because of a bunch of thugs under nationality of one nation have taken human race to what we call ransom. And we've seen the ransom from them. And in that process, we will change, especially the automotive and the oil industry. And the technology is already in the hand of the Keshe Foundation people who know that if anything happens to me, it will be shown, it will be delivered. At the same time, my prime position is to bring what we call the universal communication and what we call computer system that we can find our way around the universe. And then we see where we go. And as I said, listen to us next Thursday. I have a position to be able to get all these systems across to every city. At one city, one system is our motto. And we look at it. And it's primarily we can meet the demand and deliver it in the position that the foundation stays, and through it, those who cannot afford and are sick will be looked after by the foundation through the systems we deliver to the city. Thank you very much for today. And let's see how much more we can add to the knowledge next time.
Okay, very good, Mr. Keshe. Excellent.
Am I getting paid this time?
Twice as much as last time.
A cuddle and a kiss. Received both. Send your kisses and love to all of you who are listeners. And hopefully we reach the soul of all of you to bring the change. Thank you very much.
Well, one last comment from the Q&A from Antonio, who had said, Mr. Keshe, my vision, I saw the nation of America putting down all their guns. Antonio. So that's a good vision. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank you everybody for today's 348th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, October 1st, 2020. Remind people we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace meeting coming up on Tuesday. I'm not sure what the date is offhand. Let me just check quickly. That would be October 6th, Tuesday, October 6th at 4 p.m. Central European Time. And the usual other public and private teachings next week. And is there any other announcements? I think that's it for now. Okay, thank you everyone. See you next time around.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate